Good evening. Once again, here we are on a Saturday night, the last night of a 3-night event, virtual Texas Star Party. I got this thing out of the archive back there. I was given this hat long ago. You can see it says Texas Star Party right there. It's an old school hat, let me tell you.
You had to dig deep for that one, Will, huh?
Yeah, I had to dig deep. I had to dust it off. And but yeah, so I figured I would wear it tonight, at least for the first few seconds of the show anyway. But welcome to night 3 of the 2021 Texas Star Party live, the virtual event. We've got an amazing lineup tonight. We've got the one and only David Levy,
yes,
who will be joining us shortly. We have the one and only Mr. Stephen Hummel, who will be with us shortly. And thank you, George. Appreciate that. I mean, it's a little tight. You might hear, I'm losing circulation in my brain in places.
If Will passes out, we'll probably have to pull somebody in as an emergency guest host. So
that's right. Yeah. And my name is Will, y'all. I am at the Deep Sky Dude. If you can find me on all the social media stuffs. And right next to me, right over here, is my really good friend, Mr. Joe Califf, a fellow president. He's the president of the Houston Astronomical Society. I'm the president of the Astronomical Society of Southeast Texas, ASSET. So it's good to have a fellow president here, Joe, for the last night of Texas Star Party, right?
Absolutely. I kind of feel like those we're in those exclusive clubs, kind of like when Clinton and Bush and the rest of those guys get together. I feel like I'm in the same rarefied air whenever I'm in the same room as you, Will. So
like astronomy Illuminati.
That's it.
Now we're going to have some conspiracy.
We're the Illuminatis, right?
Illuminatis. There you go. I like that.
Yeah.
We got so much tonight. I mean, it's going to be a crazy jam-packed evening. But one thing we should just do right off the bat here is say that the Texas Star Party the in-person version of what we're doing here and what we've done in the past is right down there. April 24th through May 1st. 2022. Joe, I think you're planning to be there, right? Maybe
I am looking forward to that more than just about anything else right now. We've got a few summer trips lined up, but I'm looking way past that to April 24th to when I can be back at the Texas Star Party.
That's right. Yeah, and I'll be there a couple of days early to help with gate duties and things like that. There's a chance you may see me at the gate checking you in when you come in the door. Maybe even Joe, our friend Carl, runs the gate. And he makes us work, man. He puts us out in the field.
Nothing's free out there. Not that it was free anyway, right? But he does put us to work. That's okay.
But yeah, and so we've got so much stuff, guys. We're just gonna we're gonna greet you guys as we're coming in. Appreciate all y'all watching from Canada, from all over the place. I see comments coming in from like Florida, all over the U.S. Everybody's here. All the faces we've been seeing for the last several nights. Thank you guys and gals for joining us. We appreciate y'all. And Joe, we've been working with a lot of cool people, Sky and Telescope, Celestron, Explore Scientific.
Yeah.
And what do you say? I guess maybe we should hear from one of them now, huh?
Yeah, let's listen to our good buddies over at Explore Scientific and see what they have to say to welcome everybody to the virtual Texas Star Party.
Hey everybody, Scott Roberts and Kent Martz here from Explore Scientific, and we're at the world-famous Texas Star Party. When are the dates again?
The dates are June 10, 11, and 12 in the evenings.
And the Texas Star Party is one of the world's greatest star parties. Super dark skies out there in West Texas near Fort Davis. This is a star party that a lot of us love to get to for deep sky observers, astrophotographers. It's beautiful and a really friendly staff. We think you'll love it. The main thing about the Texas Star Party is that you know, the camaraderie. You've been to the Texas Star Party.
I haven't been to the Texas Star Party. I've been to McDonald Observatory in Fort Davis, but I've never been out there.
Right.
But folks, it's dark out there. If you ever get a chance, you need to make the trip.
That's right. Yeah. We'll see you there. We're here for the virtual event, and we'll be showing you lots of stuff. Stay tuned.
And I think we say it every night, Joe, but those hats are cool. My hat can't even compare.
and theirs is not too tight, right? So I don't think they're going to suffer potentially from an aneurysm or anything like that. But it's awesome to have Scott and Kent kick us off like that, to welcome everybody to the virtual Texas Star Party. And, you know, they kind of hit the nail on the head. It's about the camaraderie. We've heard that from a lot of people, and we look forward to bringing that back next year. And hopefully we're bringing that to the virtual event this year as well.
I hope so, man. That's what we aim to do. You know, Joe, Don, and I, when we got our heads together for this, we were kind of just like throwing ideas at the wall, see what stuck. And we hope we landed somewhere that has made everybody reminisce about Texas Star Party. That's what we wanted to do, is force y'all to remember why we go out there, where we go, and what it's like to be a part of it. And like Joe said, man, it is the camaraderie, the community that has arisen from all these 40-something years of the Texas Star Party being out at the Prude Ranch. And that area, man, that Big Bend area, I don't think it can be really overstated how beautiful it is and how magical, I guess it is.
Yeah, you hit the nail on the head, Will. You know, one of the things that we've tried to do with this virtual event is to kind of transport everybody to the Big Bend area and then eventually onto the Prude Ranch itself. But for those of you who've never been to Big Bend, like we say, it's a magical area. It's unlike any other on Earth, and it's one of the kind of big draws and the reasons why we do the Texas Star Party where we do it. It's just a fantastic place to do things during the day as well as at night. So let's go ahead and transport everybody to the Big Bend region of Texas. There's an old adage by William Blakely that says, Texas is neither southern nor western. Texas is Texas. And for anyone who's been to the Lone Star State, they know that the different parts of Texas are just as varied from one another as we are from our neighbors across our borders. Whether you're deep in the thicket of the piney woods, in the lush marshes of the Gulf Coast, in the plains of the Panhandle, or on the limestone cliffs and caverns that can be found in the hill country, Texas landscape is more varied than those of many countries. But no region seems to capture the true essence of what Texas is more than Big Bend. Though people may think of West Texas as a desolate place, it's a destination that folks come from around the world to visit. Big Bend National Park saw almost 500,000 visitors in 2019 alone, with people coming in from all corners of the world to take part in world-class hiking, biking, water activities, or to take in the natural beauty that is like no other place in the world. Big Bend also boasts some of the best dining destinations and international festivals anywhere around. But for astronomers, the Big Bend region is unique and unlike any other in the United States. When the sun goes down, this landscape is transformed into something that cannot be described until you've looked up into the Big Bend night sky and gotten lost in the heavens above. Very few places boast skies as dark as they are here, and on a cloudless, moonless night, the Milky Way can shine bright and stretch from horizon to horizon. And as the song Deep in the Heart of Texas goes, the stars at night are big and bright, and nowhere is that more true than here. For those looking to peer through their telescopes in order to unlock the mysteries of the cosmos, Big Bend is more than just an international destination, but rather, it's our gateway to the universe.
This is a beautiful piece, man. Fantastic job, Joe.
Appreciate that, Will. And, as I was putting that together, I just had this deep longing to get back out to the Big Bend area and out to the ranch, right? It's just, like I said, unlike any other place in the world. But, when we're out there, we are at the Prude Ranch. And one of the things that we like to do when we're at TSP is to get on TSP time. And for everybody who's been with us all 3 days, I don't know if you've noticed that the first night we actually showed everybody entering TSP. So we wanted to give you that feeling of arriving on the ranch. The second night was really about the star parties, getting set up and things like that. And Saturday night is usually the night when we have our prize giveaways. It's the last big night to observe and things like that. So TSP time tonight is really going to kind of be focused on that and the journey home. So Will, anything you want to add before we get into TSP time?
I can't wait to get on TSP time is what I'll add. So let's roll that beautiful
Let's get on TSP time.
And our thanks to Miss Molly Wakeling for her awesome footage that I interspliced with my own in there. Great stuff. Molly is an amazing astrophotographer. Astro Molly, I believe she is known. So check her out where you can on all those social media platforms. And I don't know, man. I feel like we're there now, right? I don't know.
I think so too. Will, you did a fantastic job of putting all of those together and really kind of capturing the sentiment and whatnot. But I think we're on TSP time, and Saturday night TSP, that usually means giveaways, right?
It usually does. And, there's always cool prizes to win at Texas Star Party, and the kind of the emceeing that goes on, like during the giveaway is super fun. And it's, hey, there's always a chance you'll win something, but it's one of those things that, you must be present to win. But now I think it's you must not be present to win, socially distant to win. Take your pick, however you want to do it. So yeah, I mean, that's why we go, right? Just to win prizes.
That's it. Well, that's not really it, but that's one of the things that we wanted to do tonight was to give away prizes. And we have our Saturday trivia giveaway tonight as well. So let's go ahead and get that on the screen and let everybody get used to what we're going to do for the trivia giveaway tonight. So for those of you who have joined us the last couple of nights, you're probably used to this already, but we're using this Mentimeter platform to do our trivia quizzes and the prize giveaways. So we're going to just go ahead and jump into the test. So this doesn't count for anything, but this gives everybody an opportunity to kind of figure out how to play along and see how to participate in this. So we've said this the last 2 nights, nothing changes here. Here are the rules. When you log into Mentimeter, please log in with your real name. Don't use a nickname. It wants to assign a nickname from the time you jump in. Please change that to your real name. We won't get cute. I won't call myself, Joe No Abs or anything else like that. But use your real name to log in before you click on Join Quiz. We're doing 20 seconds per question. So you have 20 seconds to answer each question correctly. You get points for answering the questions correctly. You don't get points if you miss it. However, the faster you answer these questions, the more points you're going to actually get. And even though at the end, we're going to show the grand prize winner, the top 3 finishers are actually going to win a prize in tonight's giveaway. So those are the rules. Will, I hope I didn't miss anything else, but I wanted, go ahead. Sorry.
No, you covered it all. Just get those names in. And there's the code right there. I think you can hold a smartphone up these days with the camera app on.
It's fancy and newfangled. That's right.
It's just like it's like Arthur C. Clarke. Any new technology is indistinguishable from magic. Just hold that phone with the camera open on that screen that Joe has for what's over there, and it will take you to. It's like it's one button to push. You just enter the code.
That's it. Or if you want to do it the hard way, right? We can go to menti.com using your smartphone or your web browser, whatever you'd like there, your iPad or other smart device, and type in the code 41050065. Again, that's 41050065, and that'll take you right into the game. It'll get you queued up, ready to go. Or Will said you can actually click on the code there, scan the code, the QR code, and have that take you directly to the site. So we've got a bunch of people queuing up right now. We wanted to give everybody else another 20 seconds or so to get ready to jump in the game. And remember, this is just the practice. So if you've done this before, this is old hat. Don't feel a rush to join in or anything else like that. We're just going to ask 2 questions. And for those of you who just want to get familiar with the system, by all means, join us here. Will, I think we're about ready to go.
I think so. I mean, these questions range from novice to what in the world. But our friend Don Sully has done a great job curating these questions for us.
Yes,
they're fun. They're fascinating. They're interesting. And you got to put your thinking caps on, like I've been saying. So get your stuff in, get your names in, and I guess here we go. Looks like we got some emojis jumping in.
Yeah, the emojis are jumping in. Again, last chance to jump in. And this is just the quiz. These are really simple, silly questions. Nothing like the ones that Will had mentioned that Don had put together for us. But again, we're just getting our fingers warm for the trivia contest itself. All right, we're ready for question number 1.
Number 1.
The Texas Star Party is routinely held at this ranch. Rancho Cucamonga, Hidden Valley Ranch, the South Fork Ranch, or the Prude Ranch?
I have to say Hidden Valley Ranch is my favorite with salads.
That's the one I like to, to eat. All right. Prude Ranch. Yeah, most of you got that right. South Fork Ranch, for those of you old timers like myself, that's where the show Dallas was held, at the South Fork Ranch.
Wow.
And of course, Hidden Valley Ranch is a wonderful dressing to add to any salad.
Yeah, one person agrees with this, Joe. They enjoy that ranch as well.
All right. So of all the folks who jumped in, who got there the fastest after question 1?
Oh, look at all those familiar names.
Yeah, Mike Napper barely eking out Kelly Miller by just a single point, and Keith there right behind him. And Sue, look at Sue coming in 4th place.
Yeah.
All right. Here's question number 2, the final question for this practice quiz. Here we go. The James Webb Space Telescope is a microscope, telescope, stethoscope, or kaleidoscope?
If you asked my neighbor, it's a stethoscope.
There you go.
I would have told you.
Will, don't give it away.
Whoops.
Anyway. All right, we got a jokester in the crowd. They selected kaleidoscope. It is a telescope. So again, after most of these questions, we'll get to a leaderboard like this, so you could see who's answering, more quickly, how many points that you get. As we get towards the end, we take the leaderboard away to add a little bit of mystery. But according to this quiz, Kelly Miller is the winner. So congratulations, Kelly, on winning our practice quiz here. And unfortunately, like I said, there is no prize for this one, but you get the prize of being first for this one.
Absolutely. And there will be prizes later.
There will be
great stuff for the top 3, like Joe said. So be ready, be on the lookout, because this is happening not very long, not very far away.
Yeah. So Will, I was wondering, what what are people saying out there?
Well, there's a lot of people hanging out with us. We got Christopher. He said he's setting up his telescope soon. Awesome, Christopher. Hopefully we keep you company tonight with some astronomy goodness while you're hanging out under the stars. Travis is saying good morning, so it must be somewhere on the other side of the globe. And yes, we do live on a globe. We know that because Enrique says hello from Honduras.
Hello, Enrique.
And we got Christopher Mick in the house. So many familiar faces out here. Wallace from the Fountain Hills, Arizona, a dark sky community. It's funny,
nice.
In the dark skies, we have a dark sky specialist coming on tonight, Mr. Stephen Hummel, a good friend of mine, fellow sprite hunter, which we probably won't talk about that, but most of y'all know what sprites are, I think. So, and we've got all the way from the UK, man, Wilma in Dark Skies, Scotland. This is incredible.
Hey, Wilma, how are you?
And Angie out there. And, while we've been doing this live stream, we've really been trying to focus on the participation in the crowd. You guys from Ontario out here. Look, a lot of Ontario. Check it out.
Look at that. Ontario representing.
Yeah, somebody in Ontario put us in the newspaper, apparently.
That's it. We welcome everybody coming in from Ontario and from everywhere else. It's wonderful to see people from the UK, from Australia, Honduras, everywhere else. So thank you all for joining us. And
Abigail Bolenbach down there just joining.
Yeah, there you go.
And
hey, Abigail.
So while we've been doing this live event, y'all, we've been running a couple of things in the background, and one of those things happens to be an auction.
Yes.
And I believe I have that I can add right here. If you're interested in a 2-night, 3-day stay at either of these fine locations, we have the Prude Ranch or the X-Bar Ranch. Now, the Prude Ranch is where we normally have the Texas Star Party. The X-Bar Ranch is where we normally have the El Dorado Star Party. Prude Ranch, spring, like April, like we said, the dates for TSP 2022 is coming up in April. And then we go to the X-Bar in the fall, usually October, November range. And, Joe and I just got back from the X-Bar just not long ago, and it was beautiful. We had a great time. The skies were amazing.
They were.
We got a lot of work done. We looked at some faint galaxies and all kinds of fun stuff. But the idea behind this auction, guys, is to let y'all bid on a 2-night stay at one of the premium cabins here at the X-Bar Ranch or a winter weekend stay at the Prude Ranch. Both of them are great values, and you might be able to get an amazing deal on this. And I think there's quite a few bids in there for both of them, Joe.
There are, and I think I've just been outbid on the Prude Ranch, so I've got to get my phone and get back to bidding there. But
no, you got outbid, Joe.
I have been outbid. I've got to get back into this right now. But we've got a little bit over 2 hours, Will, before this auction closes. It closes at 9:01 p.m. Central Time. So it's 6:52 Central. So we've got a little bit over 2 hours right now. So while we've got an opportunity, take advantage of this. Get your bid in. Win one of those packages to either the X-Bar Ranch or the Prude Ranch. Neither will disappoint.
That's right. And our producer, Don Sully, it's fun to say that, our producer, but he really
has
produced, hasn't he? He really has.
Yes.
That's the website that Don just dropped on all the platforms. You can click on it there, go directly over, throw some cash at the thing, see if you win, or you can see the auction banner down there, texasstarparty.betterworld.org/auctions/VTSP-auction, and you can go bid there. Good luck, everybody. I hope, and again, like Joe said, there's a limited amount of time here, only a couple of hours left until someone is going to win a night stay at the X-Bar and a night stay or a 2-night stay at each of the one at the X-Bar and one at the Prude Ranch. And that's going to be awesome for somebody. And I guess we'll hopefully be able to announce that winner tonight, Joe. I guess if that's the way it works.
Yeah, I think we'll be able to do that. And look, you don't have to bid on just one or the other. You can bid on them both. And now that I'm thinking about it, I might just do that myself. So get in there and try to beat me if you can. But like I said, both of those places are wonderful. We're really thankful for the graciousness of both X-Bar and the Prude Ranch. For donating those to the Texas Star Party. And the money that we raise as part of these auctions does go back to the Texas Star Party so that we can continue to put on a wonderful Star Party moving forward in the future.
That's right, man. And so gracious of the X-Bar Ranch and the Prude Ranch to do that. And a great opportunity for somebody to get a nice deal on a nice stay at a dark place.
Yes.
Bring your scope, man. Have a great time. and try to do it on a new moon, right? Look at the calendar, make sure you're good and all that. It should be good.
Yeah.
So that is, again, very limited time, only about 2 hours left. So get those in right now if you can.
Yeah. And Will, yesterday when we were going through the show, we talked about Friday normally being the day where the TSP group photos happen.
We did.
And we showed some of those photos as well and went through them. But wanted to take another trip down memory lane and show folks what some of those photos are like, just to, again, give everybody a sense of what Texas Star Party is like. We wanted to, transport everybody who's with us to the Texas Star Party. Hopefully we're doing that with the TSP time videos and things like that. But wanted to share with you some of those additional group photos so that you can see what it's like. And hopefully when you join us next year, you'll take part in those photos as well.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a fun thing. You meet at like 1 p.m. after lunch on the Friday out at the thing, and Robert takes a picture for us. And it's just a cool thing. And throughout the years, you'll see the faces. Some of the faces change. Some of the faces stay the same. The wardrobes definitely change. That's one thing. So if you can't get out to Texas Star Party, hopefully we can bring again that vibe to y'all of standing out in the hot sun, waiting to get your picture taken by a guy. Awesome stuff, man. I've seen some people say that they saw themselves in those pictures over the last couple of days or since yesterday, and that's fun. It's fun to try to play Where's Waldo with yourself or your friend and find them in there. So
yeah, we've played that now a couple nights, and I've noticed different people in each of the nights. So it's always a treat to go ahead and see that. And again, it's part of the camaraderie and seeing some of the same people there year after year, and really getting a chance to enjoy the night skies with those folks.
Yeah, it's like a family reunion, man. Every time, and you meet new people, they become your family, and then it's like, I'll see you next year. Or text, whichever one comes first, right?
Yeah, for some of us, the wait for the next Texas Star Party is just a little too long, and there are other star parties that we can hopefully get a little bit of what we get at TSP. Nothing quite compares to TSP, but there are other star parties out there where we can kind of get our fill of what it is we love about the star parties. So, Will, I just figured we'd share with a few folks what some of those star parties are, when they're going to be happening, and hopefully some of those watching will be able to attend those. So the next star party that we're really excited about is the Nebraska Star Party. That one's going to start at the beginning of August, run for a week. And we've said this for 2 nights in a row, Will. Neither of us have been there, but we hear the skies there are just absolutely fantastic, really dark, and it's a wonderful star party.
Absolutely. Can't wait to go.
Absolutely. The next one is the Oregon Star Party, again, starting in the beginning of August 3rd through the 8th, 2021. Never been myself again for this one, but also here it's wonderful. So if you're looking to go, you can get more details at OregonStarParty.org. The world famous Stellafane Convention. A lot of folks from TSP love attending Stellafane as well. So that's going to be going on again in early August 5th to the 9th. So many people might have to make a quick, hop from one place to another to attend these conventions and star parties. But that one is going on again at the beginning of August 5th to the 9th. Registration is open now, so you can visit stellafane.org to get more details there and to register. One of your favorites, Will, the Okie-Tex Star Party at the beginning of October 1st through the 9th, 2021.
I registered today, Joe.
Did you?
Going to Okie-Tex, sir.
Wonderful. Yes, I've got to get my registration in myself. Yeah, look at Sue. She's going to be at Stellafane as well. And I know Larry Mitchell often speaks at Stellafane.
That's right.
Yeah. So, you guys will hopefully, I don't know if I'll be able to be there, but hopefully everything goes well with you guys up there.
Absolutely.
Over to our west, our friends in New Mexico have the Enchanted Sky Star Party in Socorro. So that's going to be going on October 1st through the 3rd to coincide a little bit with Okie-Tex. But if you're looking for more information there, go to enchantedskies.org. The El Dorado Star Party, the last star party both you and I attended, Will, is in wonderful El Dorado, Texas at the X-Bar Ranch, who, as we mentioned earlier, have donated the stay item that we're auctioning right now. That's going to be happening on my birthday, November 5th. So November 1st through the 6th, 2021, ElDoradoStarParty.org to get more information there. The Winter Star Party, and we've said this a couple of times, known for its seeing steady skies because it's right there off the coast, January 31st through February 2nd. And as we mentioned earlier, the Texas Star Party next year, April 24th through the May 1st, TexasStarParty.org. And Will, you and I were talking about the registration. Normally, those emails come out at around Halloween time, I believe, right? The end of October?
Yeah, I think it's in that fall range. Yeah, November, somewhere in there. And you just got to be watching your emails like a hawk. And then one day you'll get that tingle up your spine.
You'll feel a good disturbance in the force.
Yeah,
right?
good disturbance, yes. But no, it'll happen one day when you least expect it. And then, you start feverishly typing in your information and your PayPal stuff to get everything going. So, it's an amazing, it's a cool rush to sign up for a star party. I know it sounds geeky and whatever, but it is a cool rush to sign up for a star party because in just a few months, you're going to probably see some great skies or maybe hang out in your camper or tent for a few days. Just depends. You never know what you're going to get at a star party, but typically you see some stars. I can promise you that.
Absolutely. As long as it's not cloudy. So
yeah, as long as it's not cloudy. But then if it is cloudy, there are other things you can do at a star party. You can camaraderie, hang out with your friends, make your friends cook for you. You
fellowship.
Fellowship. Yeah. And you know, there's always a chance you could win door prizes and stuff like that. And I think, Joe, is that what we're going to go to next?
We're going to that next. Absolutely. So this is the final night of the virtual Texas Star Party, and we're going to give away even more prizes. And I think tonight we might have more prizes to give away than the other 2 nights, maybe combined. I don't know, but we've got a lot of prizes to get through. So we're going to get through part of them right now. And as we mentioned earlier, if you registered for TSP in 2019, 2020, or 2021, you are automatically registered to win one of these prizes tonight. So we did a double random blind drawing. I don't even know what that is. They got the mathematicians over at NASA, or Don Selly and a few other folks, to put this together. They randomized and sorted the registration list, randomized and sorted the prize list, put them together, and we have a set of winners here. So, Will, I don't know if you're ready to jump into this. I think a lot of other folks on the stream are ready right now. I'm going to give away some prizes.
I don't know if I'm ready, Joe. Can we do something else? I'm just kidding.
All right. So the first door prize of the night is from Savani. It's a 60mm refractor package. We're giving away a telescope, folks.
That's what it is.
And the winner is Scott Mitchell from Houston, Texas. Our good buddy, Scott.
I know that guy.
Yeah, I know that guy too. I think I saw a comment from him earlier. Scott, congratulations. You won the 60mm refractor from our advertisers, Savani. The next door prize is a Poro Prism binocular set, 7x50s from Vixen Optics, Star Guides, and Berlebach. These folks have been fantastic. They've given a lot of items for us to give away to everybody here tonight and the last few nights, and we really appreciate everything that they've done. But the winner of the binoculars here is Edward Poulos. I hope I pronounced that correctly, from Allen, Texas. Edward, congratulations. You won some wonderful binoculars there.
That's how I would have pronounced it, Joe, and I will butcher names on accident. That's just the way it goes.
And next, it's a Savani 12mm 1.25-inch eyepiece. Like we said yesterday, Will, never have too many eyepieces. The winner of these eyepieces are Rob Moorhead from Spring, Texas. Congratulations, Rob.
Congrats.
All right, door prize number 34, a Celestron Power Tank Glow 5000. I've got to get my hands on one of these.
You got to get these little, I mean, because you can charge your phone. You can charge. Just awesome. Just awesome.
They look fantastic. I mean, I'm just looking at it now thinking, man, I wonder if I can. Nah, I can't mess around with the winners here. But the winner is Lon McCroskey from Mission Hills, Kansas. Kansas representing here. Congratulations, Lon.
All the way from Kansas.
There you go. All right, 7x50 binoculars from Vixen Optics Star Guide Berlebach. Winner is Richard Botham from Fort Worth, Texas. Congratulations, Richard.
Nice score, Richard.
2 more before we stop this until the next time. Oh, look at this. The Celestron Power Tank Lithium Pro.
This is amazing.
That's what I really want right there. I mean, that thing is awesome. It'll power your telescope all night long and then some. The winner of the Celestron Power Tank Lithium Pro is Wesley McFarland from Fort Davis, Texas.
Wow.
Wesley, congratulations.
That's a chance of a location, huh? I mean, that's
right.
Where we go for the Texas Star Party.
There you go. Yeah, he just has to drive down the street to get there, right?
Just roll down the road.
And the last prize for this segment is a $50 AstroZap e-gift certificate. We keep saying this. AstroZap makes wonderful products, great accessories. I've got, oh man, I can't tell you how many AstroZap products I have in my bins for when I go out and observing. But one lucky winner is going away with a $50 AstroZap e-gift certificate, and that person is Fernando Torres from Albuquerque, New Mexico. So that's what we've got right now, everybody. Stay tuned for more prizes, and we'll be giving away a lot more of these things as we get through the show tonight.
That's right, we will. We've got a lot of stuff to give away. And one of the things that, I don't know if y'all remember these in-person where you used to could go to a thing and like be around other people and it wasn't dangerous. But sometimes when you went to those things, they would throw T-shirts or something into the crowd. We thought it'd be fun to throw something virtually into a virtual crowd. And so I think we're going to try to throw one of these virtual Texas Star Party t-shirts virtually into a virtual crowd. Joe, I don't know how we're going to work this.
Yeah,
we're going through the cameras or something. I don't know.
Yeah, I think we might be able to have Google or somebody like that create one of those virtual cannons for us. But we'll find a way to get one of these t-shirts to everybody. Will, you've come up with a couple of good hashtags over the last few nights. You came up with some more really good ones right now. Hashtag Prude Ranch on whatever platform you're on, whether it's Facebook or YouTube. Type in that hashtag right down below, hashtag Prude Ranch, exactly as you see it with the hashtag in front to be entered to win a t-shirt. So, Will, we've had a few people not type it in exactly the way that it's supposed to be typed in, but it's got to be typed in the right way in order to be included in the drawing.
That's right. And you see Tom and Kent.
Ben's got it right. Chad's got it right too. Yeah.
And look, Stephen Hummel's even playing. He's going to be here later. Is that cheating? No, I think.
I don't know. But
the talking. No, but throw the comment in, guys, because any platform you're watching on, whether it's YouTube, Facebook, whatever, wherever you're watching us right now, you will be entered to win a t-shirt as long as you put hashtag Prude Ranch in the chat of the room that you're in. It doesn't matter where you put it, unless it's in the comments section that's not associated with this, like on some other video. That won't get you a t-shirt.
Sorry.
Anything here it will. We can't monitor the entire internet, but it looks like, Joe, there is just comments coming through. Courtney says, I'm just going to steal Will's t-shirt. More than likely.
Hey, that's okay. That's certainly okay. But again, hashtag Prude Ranch to get entered into the drawing. Look, you can put as many of those in there as you want. You only get one entry, though.
That's right.
So, but we want everybody to put their entry in. And what we wanted to do is give everybody another minute or so, a couple of minutes, to get their entries in. Hashtag Prude Ranch. And Will, I think it's a good time to hear from some of our advertisers, huh?
Yeah, we got some. We're going to go out into the deserts at some ranches and some scopes. Let's do it. And you know what? Right, there we go. The Chile Scopes ad is super cool. I'm gonna unmute you, Joe. Oh, I can't unmute you. Sorry, buddy.
I'm going to unmute myself then.
There you go. I'm looking out for you, buddy. But those ads are great, man. Thank you to our advertisers. We've just had such cool camaraderie in that, right? People wanting to work together to bring this virtual event to you guys. And so we really appreciate all of our advertisers. And y'all, we're going to finish this t-shirt thing here in a second. We're going to hear from one more advertiser, and then we're going to have the one and only Mr. David Levy, the premier. It's like the Charles Messier of our day, right?
Yes.
I mean, let's be real with this.
I had a couple idols growing up, right? Some of them were imaginary, like Luke Skywalker and whatnot. But Mr. David Levy was somebody I always admired because I wanted to discover a comet myself. And nobody did it better than him. Certainly not in our times.
That's right. That's right. He discovered a comet, and then it hit Jupiter, and everyone got to watch.
Yes.
And we're going to talk about some of that coming up. But I don't know, Joe, should we randomly find a winner for this T-shirt thing? And then
let's do that.
Okay. So let's see who's going to win. All those Prude Ranch hashtags.
All right. We've got it in here.
34 entries, it looks like. All right.
We're going to give away a T-shirt. Here it goes.
Here it goes. Good luck, everybody. Good luck, everybody.
Myra Frenzel,
congratulations.
You are the winner of a wonderful 2021 TSP T-shirt. Like we've been saying, fresh off the runways at Milan and Paris, all of the fashion shows, these are the hottest items for summer. So congratulations, Myra. You have won one of these things, and you're going to be the envy of everybody when they see you walking down the street with one of these T-shirts on. So, Will, we're going to have one more T-shirt giveaway before the night's over.
That's right. Yeah. And we will be throwing another virtual T-shirt into the crowd. And again, remember those auctions, guys and gals. We are auctioning a 2-night stay at the X Bar, a 2-night stay at the Prude Ranch, 2 awesome ranches, great infrastructure in dark skies. You're going to want to bid on these because you might get a great deal. And the money goes to the Texas Star Party to help further the event. And there's the link down there in the chats, so you guys can click on them there, and I will throw it up here if I can. There it is. And that's the link you're going to want to use for the auction. Again, we've only got less
than 2 hours.
Yeah, less than 2 hours. So you better get those bids in, guys, if that's something you want to do. The option is always there. We can't force it, but we can tell you.
This auction ends at 9:01 p.m. Central Time, so anybody can enter to win these things. I highly encourage everybody to give it a shot. And again, you can bid on both of them. There's nothing that says you have to bid on one or the other. So, and we've got, like I said, David Levy coming up. He's going to present A Night Watchman's Journey, The Road Not Taken, based on his book by the same title, published in 2019. Using his meticulous log of observations in his diary, he recounts his life and astronomical experiences. We're looking forward to that. Will, I know we showed this. We gave away this book yesterday, a signed copy of the book from Mr. David Levy. He's waiting backstage for us so that he can talk to everybody here. But before we bring him on stage, we want to hear from Explore Scientific one more time.
Hi, I'm Kent Martz with Explore Scientific. This is the Explore Scientific 2-room pop-up observatory tent. It's great for amateur astronomers and astrophotographers. The main room is a place where you put your table, charts, tent, red light, things like that. The door allows easy access. It's double zippered. The fabric is made from blackout waterproof material to keep your equipment dry. It also comes with a tarp that goes over the top of it, and guy wires that hook on here, stakes on the bottom. The great part about it is the panel, this part of the room, velcros together to allow you to get your equipment in. As you can see, we have our new giant binoculars inside right now. There's also a door here that allows access to the equipment room. For more information about the 2-room pop-up observatory tent, go to explorescientific.com.
Those are cool.
Yeah, and it seems like you're seeing more and more of those types of pop-up tents on the fields. They're really indispensable, especially on those cold nights. So looking forward to seeing what Explore Scientific has there and possibly picking one up myself.
Yeah, you can go to sleep in there if you need to.
Yeah.
If you want to hide from people, you can run in there and hide at night. It's a good thing to have your own little shelter. That's
Exactly.
cool.
But enough talking from us. Well, I think people are tired of hearing us for the time being. They really came here to see Mr. David Levy. So I think he really needs no introduction, but I'm going to do it anyway. So David was born in Montreal, Quebec, Canada in 1948. He developed an interest in astronomy at an early age. However, he pursued and received a bachelor's and master's degree in English literature. Levy went on to discover 22 comets, either independently or with Jean and Carolyn Shoemaker. He's written 34 books, mostly on astronomical subjects. He has written articles for Sky and Telescope, Sky and Telescope, and astronomy magazines, as well as other publications. On February 28th, 2010, Levy was awarded a PhD from the Hebrew University of Jerusalem for a successful completion of his thesis, The Sky in Early Modern English Literature, a study of allusions to celestial events in Elizabethan and Jacobean writing, 1572 to 1620. David has been a frequent attendee and speaker at the Texas Star Party and is the recipient of the TSP's 1985 Lone Stargazer and the 1997 Omega Centauri Awards. Without further ado, it's our great pleasure to introduce Mr. David Levy. David, how are you?
I'm doing well, thank you. I hope you can hear me.
We certainly can, David.
Great. Okay. My presentation tonight to you is going to be very informal. It's called A Night Watchman's Journey, The Road Not Taken. And it was originally going to be just The Night Watchman's Journey. And that book, since you're showing it, since you're holding it up, Joe, you can actually get it. You can't get it from Amazon, but you can get it from Starizona, www.starizona.com. You can get it from them. And I hope that some future Texas Star Party I'll be able to bring some down in person. But anyway, I want to tell you a little bit about my story, because A Night Watchman's Journey was the original title of the book that I have. And just as it was going to the publisher, I found out that all of Robert Frost's poetry was now public domain, since he had been deceased for long enough that we didn't need permission to use it. So at the very last minute, I grabbed The Road Not Taken and added it as a subtitle. And that was really one of the prouder things I've done with regarding that book. I started astronomy very simply. I am primarily a visual observer. I am certainly not much of an astrophotographer, although I have taken thousands and thousands of pictures of the night sky over the years, and I still do. But basically, I love going out and just looking up at the night sky. About 6 or 7 months ago, our observatory, which had been having a lot of problems, suddenly just stopped working, and it was sort of 3/4 open and 1/4 closed. And so I was able to get someone in Tucson named Frank Lopez to come and rebuild the observatory. That rebuilding is now complete, and I now have essentially a brand new observatory that I'm absolutely just loving to use. And tonight I will be using it again after our presentation today. I started astronomy when I was about 8. I was at a summer camp. Boy, I hated that camp. It was Twin Lake Camp in Vermont. I remember the first year I was there, writing letters to mom and dad every day. Please take me out of this prison camp. I promise that if you take me home, I will keep my room nice and tidy. I will be a good boy, and I won't cause any problems. And they would write back and they say, we love you very much, but you're going to learn to love us from a distance. You are going to stay at this camp. So I lost that battle. Anyway, on the 4th of July, they were doing fireworks. And of course, being from Canada, I didn't know from the 4th of July. And I guess this is what they do at when certain countries have their Independence Day celebrations. It means a lot more to me now than it did back then. But anyway, the camp director let the youngest kids go back to their cabins just near the end of twilight. And so as we're walking up the hill, going back to our cabin, I happened to look up at the sky and I saw a shooting star. It started in the constellation of Draco and sort of not very bright. It went on near Vega where it disappeared. And I was startled by it. And I looked at the others and I said, did any of you just see that shooting star? And they said, no, they didn't. And I thought to myself, was that kind of a message sent just for me that I should take this more seriously? And why would someone want to send a message to someone who was just born a few years ago? Anyway, I kind of put it in the back of my 8-year-old David brain, and I just let it fester for a while. And then about 3 or 4 years later, while riding my bicycle to our 6th grade class picnic, I fell off the bike as I was on my way to school and sailed ever so gently over and landed on the sidewalk. And my right arm was in real agonizing pain. And a friend came by and said, do you need some help? And I said, yeah. In fact, if you could walk my bike to the nurse's office at the school, then I'll be able to go. And as I got up, my arm was just screeching in pain. And I said, I can't do this. Now what I'd like you to just leave the bike. You see that policeman over there at the next corner? I'd like you to go and get him and tell him I need some help. And he went over, and I saw him talking to the policeman. And then whatever happened, within seconds, the cop was there. They took me to the children's hospital. I was outfitted with a cast. And a cousin of mine gave me a book as a get well present called Our Sun and the Worlds Around It. And I remember reading it. And I remember falling in love with it. I remember reading it again. I remember reading it a third time and a fourth time. And it's right here in these shelves behind me. And I'll probably be looking at it again tonight. It is that important. And I decided at the end of that reading that I was going to be an astronomer. And I remember while I was recovering that night at dinner time, Dad would say, David, you're kind of one track. You're talking about the night sky all the time. The key is not to focus yourself only on one thing. Keep your feet on the ground, even though your head is in the clouds. Don't think of astronomy as the most important thing in your life. I thought to myself, okay, Dad, I won't. I'll think of it as the only thing in my life. And I think Dad knew that was going to happen. I don't know how, but I think that's kind of what happened. Anyway, a few nights later, Dad said, I just gave you this big speech about not talking only about the night sky, but I'm going to tell you about my experience with the night sky. When I was a little older than you, I read this book called Coal of Spyglass Mountain. And it was a story about a young man who was fascinated with astronomy. He saved his money, built an observatory, and on one night, he discovered evidence of life on Mars in an observatory that he called Spyglass Mountain Observatory. At the moment he discovered the evidence of life on Mars, someone trying to steal his money and his telescope started making pot shots into the observatory. One of the rifle shots actually hit Joshua Cole, knocked him out. He didn't die, but he came to, and he was sitting in bed recovering. And they said, well, what about this? What did you find about Mars? And he said, oh, it doesn't matter anymore. And they said, well, maybe it does. Because look at all these newspapers that are coming in. And the newspapers had all of these announcements saying, young amateur astronomer beats the professionals discovering evidence of life on the planet Mars. And Dad told me the story and how exciting it was. And finally, he said some of the special things. First, to report discovery, coal of Spyglass Mountain, famous in a night. And I've never forgotten that. And Dad said, I know you're not going to give up your interest in astronomy, but if you should find that book, I would love to read it again. My dad, he and I had a difficult but very loving relationship. And we were talking about things. I remember one day later in life, he said, remember one day when you were a kid? And I said, all you care about are your darn stars. And I said, yeah, I remember that. And Dad said, boy, was I ever wrong about that. And I said, Dad, you were not wrong. I was a arrogant kid, didn't know how to shut his mouth. And then Dad said, but you did something with it. You did something and you made it into a passion. By this time, my father himself was beginning to lose his memory. He was beginning to forget things, forget places. And on one terrible day, he forgot that I was his son. But somehow, he never forgot coal of Spyglass Mountain. And one day, we're taking a walk, and I'm looking at him, and I thought, this guy's a stranger to me. He doesn't know who I am. I barely know who he is. And suddenly, he looked at me, and he said, David, did you ever find coal of Spyglass Mountain for me? And I just like, you're plugging in an electric light that's burning out, and suddenly it makes a connection, and suddenly you're there. And I had to admit that I had not found it at that time. And he laughed. He said, oh, don't worry about it. I wouldn't be able to read it now anyway. Anyway, my father passed away in 1985. And a couple of years later, after giving a talk at one of the Texas Star Parties, someone found a copy of the book, which I have now. Wendy, my wife, and I have both read it, and it is as good a book as Dad says it was. And it's absolutely tremendous. So that's kind of the story about how I got interested in that part of astronomy. Started searching for comets in 1965, found my first comet 19 years later in 1984. And found my second one in 1987, my third also in 1987, my fourth in 88, and a fifth in 89, a sixth in 1990. I was getting really the hang of it. But the most important comet of all that I've discovered is comet Shoemaker-Levy 9. I was joining the team of Gene and Carolyn Shoemaker at Palomar. And the day that Carolyn was looking at pictures we had taken the night before, and she just looks up stunned from the stereo microscope. She looks at me and she says, David, I don't know what I've got, but it looks like a squashed comet. And Gene came in and looked, and I'll never forget the look on his face. It was absolute puzzlement. So then I had to take a look at it, and it was absolutely wonderful to see something so unusual in the sky. That was just the first part of it. 2 months later, we all received the announcement that Shoemaker-Levy 9 was on a collision course with the planet Jupiter. On July the 16th, 1994, the Shoemakers and I were in Washington when the comet began to collide with Jupiter. It was a cosmic bonanza. It was really something special. We got to meet the president and all, and it was really very pleasant to do that, President Clinton at the time. But I think the highlight of that particular day was not so much meeting President Clinton as it was to meet Vice President Al Gore, because he came in and he was like an amateur astronomer at the Texas Star Party. He came and started talking about it, and then he said, and I'm kind of thinking in the back of my brain that you may be the Vice President of the United States, but I'm going to get to see the impact spots before you. And then he goes, you know, David, I live on the grounds of the Naval Observatory. And I think, don't say it. And he says, last night there was a clearing. I walked over to the big telescope. Someone was using it, and I asked if they could show me the impact spots. And they did. And I thought, Al Gore, you got to see the impact spots before I did. Well, I was really pretty happy to hear that, and really happy that I was able to do that and see them. To stand with a person who saw the spots before I did. Actually, we were ourselves on the grounds of the Naval Observatory. A couple of nights later, there was a big, huge line. And I kept on being ushered closer to the front of the line, but I wanted to take my time. And finally, there was a woman who was in the line who grabbed me and said, David, you're going to stay here with me. And you're not going to go any further behind and further ahead. I want you to see it when I see it. That woman was Vera Rubin. And I'll never forget that night. So much for the story of how I became interested in astronomy, became a comet hunter. Now I'd like to tell you the other half of it. I was around 15 or so when Dad started talking to me about Shakespeare. And I really began to get the impression that if I did not inherit my father's love of Shakespeare, he would disown me, take me out of the will. It's that simple. But I don't think he really meant that. He just wanted me to get excited about Shakespeare. And we talked about it a little bit. And I began to read a few things about Shakespeare, and I'd be able to read a few things from his plays. And there's one in particular that I would like to quote to you right now, and it's from Hamlet. And I didn't read this right away when I was that young, but much later I did. And I began to find that William Shakespeare was really able to write as nobody else before or since. He was writing a prose section. The main character of his play, Hamlet himself, was going through a severe depression, and he was writing a somewhat careless speech in prose. And I like to think that at that point, there was a tap on his shoulder as he's writing. And he turns around, and it's God right behind him. And God says, Will, take a break. Get yourself a cup of coffee. I got this next lines. And this is what I'm going to quote to you right now. This most excellent canopy, the air. Look you, this brave or hanging firmament, this majestical roof threaded with golden fire. What a piece of work is a man! How noble in reason, how infinite in faculties, in form and moving, how expressive and admirable. In action, how like an angel. In apprehension, how like a god. The beauty of the world, the paragon of animals. And yet to me, what is this quintessence of dust? At this point, Shakespeare comes back. He looks at what God has written, and he says, there's no way I can write something like that. And God says, you're right, but I'll let you take the credit for it. Anyway, there are a lot of things that Shakespeare has written like that, areas where the writing is pretty good and then suddenly just soars. Anyway, so I decided to get interested in Shakespeare, but for the wrong reason for me. When I was at Acadia, I took a course in Shakespeare. We studied King Lear, and I remember in my Shakespeare book that I used that time, there's a famous line in King Lear about eclipses of the sun and moon. These late eclipses in the sun and moon pretend no good to us. And I even marked them in ink, but not because they were astronomical, just because they were interesting quotations. And then as I got older, I was doing my master's degree at Queen's University in Kingston, Ontario, Canada, took another Shakespeare course, a graduate level course in Shakespeare. And we were then studying King Lear. And we were studying Gloucester's speeches about the eclipses. We were studying about other things. And the instructor said, I just wonder how you feel, and if any of you have any comments about what Shakespeare is trying to present here with the loss of his mind. And really none of the other people in the class had anything to say. And she looked at me and said, how about you, David? And I said, I have to admit it's difficult for me to comment on what Shakespeare is trying to do here, because as I read this, I'm thinking of my dad. My dad, who now has Alzheimer's disease, barely knows who he is. And I can't get my head away from him and into Shakespeare right now. The entire class just stopped. The instructor said, well, that means we're going to stop talking about Shakespeare and we're going to talk about your dad for a while. And it was a very emotional 15 minutes conversation. And I read King Lear a lot more closely after that, still not realizing the personal importance that play and others would have for me in later life. I remember observing the Lyrid meteors one night. I was looking up, it wasn't that great. There were a meteor here and a meteor there. And I began to think, I'm wondering how many people in the past observed this same meteor shower. And then the thought hit me, I wonder how many people who have written poems, prose, novels, anything like that, have observed the night sky. The next day, visiting Norman Mackenzie of Queens, I told him that I wanted to write a master's thesis about the night sky using one of the poets that we're studying. And right away, he suggested Gerard Manley Hopkins, who happened to be his favorite poet and very quickly became mine. And this particular poem that I'm going to quote now. Now, those of you who are familiar with Gerard Manley Hopkins know that he's probably the toughest poet in the English language to follow. His sprung rhythm, the way those of us who have read like the Windhover in high school know how difficult that is. And you're probably all saying, oh, let's go on to another, let's do some more door prizes. Let's forget about the Levy here. But I noticed that this poem Hopkins had written when he was in college. And believe it or not, it was about a comet. And it goes like this. I'm going to see if I can find it to read it to you, but I can't find it, so I'm just going to quote it from memory. I am like a slip of comet, scarce worth discovery, in some corner seen, bridging the slender difference of two stars. Come out of space, or suddenly engendered by heady elements, for no one knows. But when she sights the sun, she grows and sizes and spins her skirts out, while her central star shakes its cocooning mists. And so she comes to fields of light. Millions of traveling rays pierce her. She hangs upon the flame-chased sun and sucks the light as full as Gideon's fleece. But then her tether calls her. She falls off, and as she dwindles, sheds her smock of gold amidst the sistering planets, and then goes out into the cavernous dark. So I go out, my little suite is done. I have drawn heat from this contagious sun. To not ungentle death, now forth I run. This poem, if nothing else, really told me that there are poets who actually look at the night sky. There's Thomas Hardy, one of the great English novelists, who wrote a whole poem about an eclipse of the moon. Tennyson, Alfred Lord Tennyson, who actually owned a telescope and at his home in the Isle of Wight couldn't wait for clear night, so he had to go up and look through his telescope. Although because he was a famous poet, he was able to use Dawes' great refractor in London almost whenever he wanted to. There were other poets as well. But when I decided to do my doctoral work not too long ago, I decided to choose, in a way, the most difficult poet of all, and that's Shakespeare. After I got my master's degree, the idea came into my head. I want to get a doctorate, but not now. So I stomped on the idea, ground it into the dirt, and let it go. And 5 minutes later, should get my doctorate, finish what you started. Stomped in the ground and it was gone. Every 5 years. And then Wendy was in my life, and the idea came again. And I told her about it, and I said, but don't worry about it. I'm going to stomp it into the ground, and I don't have to worry about this for another 5 years. Wendy looked up at me and she said, David, don't stomp on it just yet. Let's talk about this. Your pressure in your life from Shoemaker Levy 9 is dropping. You have some time. Maybe now you should finish what you started. I was able to get a professor at the Hebrew University, Lawrence Besserman, to direct a PhD thesis that I would do on Shakespeare. It took me 10 years to do it. And you know, there's something about graduate work that is really kind of weird. It's almost as if the graduate studies faculty or the Department of English or whatever it is, they have meetings from time to time to say, let's make up some new rules just to throw a monkey wrench into the work for them. And I decided that this might happen because it happened quite a few times. You know, the paper has to be European size, which you can't get in the United States. And it has to do this and it has to do that. And then the introduction to the thesis has to be translated into Hebrew. Dr. Besserman lost his temper at that. He said, that is the dumbest new rule. I'm going to fight you on that. And I said, Larry, don't. It's part of the game. I'm going to do it. I'm going to arrange it. So I found somebody, a close friend, who actually translated the preface into Hebrew. Anyway, there was one other little thing, again, about the crazy British European paper size that I wrote to them and asked about it. And the next day, Wendy said, David, you better come here. I said, is there a message? She said, yes. There's a message from the Hebrew University, and I think you should see it. Is it good? She said, yes, but you need to read it. And she simply said that yesterday, the Senate of the university met. Your thesis has been approved. You now have the title of doctorate, and I hope you can come down to get the degree in person. Did we ever do that? In 2010, we were in Israel to get the doctorate to get my doctorate in English literature. Actually, I've been using that doctorate a lot more than I thought I would, because with the pandemic, I have been going to meeting after meeting, whether it's this one here at the Texas Star Party, one in Montreal, or one in other areas, and just to take little quotations to embellish the world of astronomy. Just a little bit from a different point of view to talk about the night sky. And what I'm going to do now is I'm going to ask Wendy if she wouldn't mind joining me so I could close with a very short poem, a final poem. It is by Ralph Hudson, and he's standing on a hill like at the Prude Ranch, as I hope to be in the next year or two. And it's the final lines of this poem, The Song of Honor. I stood and stared. The sky was lit. The sky was stars all over it. I stood. I knew not why. Without a wish, without a will, I stood upon that silent hill and stared into the sky until my eyes were blind with stars. And still I stared into the sky. Thank you all very much.
Fantastic stuff, David. And how cool to bring Wendy in for the final thing. That Wendy, that was amazing. It was so beautiful. We can definitely hear you back there, Wendy. We got you. That's awesome. And Joe, you're still on mute, just to let you know. But David, I know that's a beautiful talk, man. It doesn't matter how many times I hear you speak, I always pick up something new from it, and it's just an absolute honor. And I think we probably have time for a couple of questions, David, if that's okay. I don't know if you guys and gals in the chat rooms on all the multiple platforms that are out there, if you might have a question for Mr. David Levy. You kind of have him on the phone here. He's
Absolutely.
Kind of on the other end of a phone call here, yeah.
And while we're waiting for those questions to queue up, David, I believe I can read that correctly. That's Minerva right there in front of us, huh?
This is Minerva.
Wonderful. That's a piece of history right there.
Texas Star Party. I've had this telescope since 1967.
Wow.
Well over 50 years. It is a beautiful 6-inch f4 reflector. It's had multiple changes of tubes and of mounts, but the optics are original from 1967.
Wow.
And, I just love using this telescope.
And how many comets were discovered with Minerva?
None. I've done a lot of comet hunting with it, but I've actually never found a comet with this little
I remember I asked you the same question when you were at the Goldberg's house a couple of years ago before COVID, and I was shocked to hear that, right? But you'd mentioned that before. I think a lot of people think, hey, you've used Minerva so long that you certainly discovered a comet with it. But indeed,
I haven't. I never have.
But it's been your companion.
Did you know that was the last trip that I took before COVID?
Was that really?
Closing down the country.
Amazing.
And
yes.
got home and that was it.
Yes. That was you came to Houston and you presented at Rice University, and then you were at the Goldberg's home, and they graciously invited me and Scott Mitchell, who was on the comments just a little while ago, and a few other people there, and we spent a wonderful afternoon with you. And it's still
I really enjoyed it. I hope we can do that again sometime.
Absolutely. And, well, go ahead. Sorry.
I'm just reading Mira's.
Oh yeah, sorry, I switched it there. Yeah.
Jumped out in your philosophy. That's actually the first Shakespeare quote I ever saw. I was picking up a copy of a book and arguing with my older brother about something. We had a love-hate relationship when we were kids, but now we're getting along very, very well in older age. And so I threw this book at him, and right at that moment, Dad walked in. And I thought, oh boy, this isn't going to be good. And he said, David, I know you're going to have an argument with your brother. You can even throw something at your brother. I don't care. And Richard says, what? And he says, let me finish. But don't you ever throw a book at him. And I said, why not? And Richard said the same thing. And he said, because books are friends. When you pick up a book, it's like the author is inviting you into her or his living room to say, this is what life was like when I was alive. Now, I remember picking up that book, opening it up, and seeing there are more things in heaven and earth than I've dreamt of in your philosophy. Right? In that same book. And I have that book right here, right now.
That's incredible, David. I got a little bit of a chill down my spine because I say the same thing to my children, that books are our friends, and treat them with respect, and they will love you forever. So that's just incredible. Scott Mitchell had asked a question: was there a uniform way that Elizabethan age people regarded the night sky? Was it prophecy, or the cusp of science, or aesthetic wonder?
My favorite answer is the aesthetic wonder, because that still applies today. And I know that Shakespeare himself, he wrote a sonnet about astrology. Not from the stars do I my judgment pluck, he starts. But then as he goes on in that sonnet, he kind of sees what the larger picture is. And I think that it was all these things. But I think aesthetic wonder was certainly Shakespeare's goal in his love of looking up at the sky, seeing meteors, seeing comets, there's almost no question that his dad would have taken him out in the backyard to see at age 8, Tycho's supernova of 1572. Shakespeare was still alive at the 1604 Ophiuchus supernova. And he certainly isn't alive when we have the 2021 supernova, which I'm going to go out and see in the next day or so. But that's not true anyway. But anyway, I love going out to see things because when you see a comet or a nova or a supernova, what they show is that the sky is active. It doesn't just stay there and do nothing. It moves. It talks to you. It relates to you, and you relate to it. I think that's the exciting thing about comets, novae, and supernovae, and eclipses.
That is awesome. We had a question come in, David, from Wallace. Does Wendy have the same love of the night sky as you do?
Wendy!
He's calling her in to get the answer direct from the source here.
You're going to get it directly from the source.
I have a different love of the night sky than David does. David is what I consider, like most of you going to TSP, a real astronomer, because he can stay out all night searching and looking for things that go deeper and deeper and deeper till all they are is barely faint buzzing. I, on the other hand, like to look up and see a sky full of stars, just like the poem. I like the big, bold, bright, and beautiful. But my forte with the night sky is actually organizing the star parties and the star sessions, like our retreat that we've had. So I can be the person that gives everybody else the chance to really look at the sky, and then they entertain me at night by showing me what's in their telescope.
Sweetheart, could you tell that little story that when we were just starting?
Oh, okay. One of the things David said to me when I think it was on the very first time we ever went out. We were coming back from a restaurant, and it was like very dusky, and it was the kind of sky where you can see only a star if it was very bright. And we looked up, and I said, David, what star is that? And he goes, that's Vega. And I looked and said, David, if I asked you the name of that star every night, what would you do? He said, I would tell you the name of that star every night. And I said, oh, be still my heart. Thank you so much for this patience. And that was one of the things he did, and he does for me still. He fixes the telescope when I knock it out of position, and he makes sure that he tells me what the stars are if I haven't learned them yet.
Wonderful.
Thanks.
Awesome. Thank you, Wendy. Thank you so much. Yeah, and we had an awesome question from Viramus, I think. I'm probably mispronouncing that. I'm sorry, Mr. Corkhill. David, can you share another memory from a previous TSP? That's what we're here doing, and I'm interested to hear this. I bet you have a lot of stories about TSP.
Oh, I could write a book about TSP. But,
Can we urge you to do that, actually?
Yeah, can we force you into that?
Many Texas star parties, and I've enjoyed them. Most of them are good memories. There was one night when somebody inflated a balloon in an eyepiece that kind of knocked my eye out there. I did not find that a very pleasant experience, but 99% of the experiences have been wonderful, and I'll share just one of them with you. The night before leaving for the Texas Star Party, it was in May of 1990, I discovered a comet. But it hadn't been confirmed yet, and I drove to the Texas Star Party. I arrived there not too long from dawn on that night, and I parked my car over at the front entrance, and I started walking as far as I could, and finally found Barbara Wilson, rest in peace, Barbara Wilson's telescope. And she had it set up, and they were looking not too far from where I needed to confirm my comet. And we greeted, and she said, well, I'm glad you made it. I said, I've been driving all night, but here I am. Barbara, can I use your telescope for a moment? And Barbara looked at me and said, yeah, sure. We're looking at these galaxies and Andromeda. And as soon as that's over, then I'll let you use the telescope for a bit. And I looked at Barbara and I said, Barbara, she said, yeah. Can I use your telescope right this minute? She said, my God, you found a comet. I said, I think so. The entire crowd just moved away, and I had the telescope, and I went right to it, and I said, there it is. It's moved 1/8 of a degree since the night before, and there it be. So I got my confirmation of the 1990 comet, which became pretty bright, at the Texas Star Party. That's my favorite TSP story.
And I can echo Courtney's sentiment. Wow, that's an amazing story. You know, I've asked Barbara Wilson to use her telescope. I didn't receive such a pleasant, response. But no, Barbara was always willing to share
Absolutely
an eyepiece view. In fact, she would pull us, because we set up in that general area, and she'll pull you. She'd pull you over and like, you got to see this faint.
Will, come over here and take a look. Or Joe, yeah, absolutely. She always did
I don't
that.
think the telescope moved away from that comet for the rest of that night.
Really?
Really?
Y'all just kind of watched it go slowly across, huh?
Yeah. It's a special outreach event then.
Yeah.
It was special already.
That's a beautiful and David, like we were saying, Joe and I think we might have to strong arm you into writing that TSP book, because I think that would be fascinating to hear all the minutia in there of all the way you recount things, the way you reminisce on things is poetic and it's beautiful. And I think the world needs that book, David. I don't know.
You might be right, and I'd be happy to discuss it with you. I do have a children's book out that I am desperately looking for a publisher for, but
wow.
But other than that, of course, I'm really glad that you've been pushing my autobiography so well. But we've managed to keep that quite the secret lately. So we'll
now the cat's out of the bag, I guess now, David, right?
Hope so.
Okay. Wallace had another question there. Tell us before you leave on why you write down each observing session.
My belief is that if you don't write it down, then you didn't do it. I started my first session, number 1, is a session that took place on October the 2nd, 1959. It was a partial eclipse of the sun, just last part observed because of clouds. And then I had a few sessions that were A to G that were held before that, including the one at summer camp. And right now, yesterday's solar observing session I had was session 22,221S. So from session A to this one is over 22,000 times I've looked up at the night sky.
Wow.
22,000 times. That's unbelievable.
Incredible.
Yeah, and our friend George Ellis coming in with a comment, remembering a comet hunting
panel.
Oh,
hi, George. It's great I'm so glad you're here.
Yeah, George has been with us every night, it seems, hanging out with us, doing the whole thing. And he said he remembers a comet hunting panel you participated in at RTMC 1985, followed by a comet discovery at that event. Could you please participate in another one at TSP sometime? Would love to see that happen again. You may discover yet another comet, David. Who knows?
Who knows? But I don't do it in the hope that I will discover it. I do it because I love it and I love the sky. That's why I still search.
Absolutely. Yeah. And lots of awesome comments coming in from the crowd. I mean, it's just an honor to have you here, David, because, again, like Joe said, there are legends in our world as time goes on, whether they wanted that moniker or not. You definitely earned the moniker legend. I can tell you that I had a high school rock band, as you can see the guitars back here. And I've told you this story before. We were called SL9. Shoemaker Levy 9. So
really?
Yeah, you were a third of our rock band's name. So
thank you. It's my honor. Thank you.
Yeah. And so if you guys have any last minute questions for David, as we're kind of wrapping things up here, feel free to throw those in. We wanted to bring David on because he is a poetic reminiscer. He reminisces on things in a very beautiful way.
Absolutely.
And I don't know, Joe. I don't think there's any better way we could have asked David to come on than like we had him tonight. It was just amazing.
It really was. And David, every time we talk to you, it's always a treat. As Will said, the stories are just absolutely incredible. We could sit here and listen to you talk about them all day, and it never gets old or tiring. But I wanted to ask you a quick question. You said you're working on a children's book. Is there anything else we can look forward to in the near future?
Well, actually, it's Wendy's favorite. I mean, Wendy is my meanest editor. But I found this book I wrote when I was in 4th grade with an old Smith Corona typewriter about our dog, about our beagle. There was no astronomy in it at all, but I've recently revised it, and its Flipper becomes a magic dog, and there's a magic telescope that takes this group of children through the universe, from planets all the way up to the great filaments of galaxies and the voids, in about 60 pages. So that's
wonderful. Excellent. And Will, we had a previous comment. I don't know if we got to it or not, but somebody, when we were talking about Minerva, had asked who made the optics.
I think that's is that John Wagner there?
No, the optics were made by a company called the Optical Craftsman. I don't believe they're still existing, but I do remember visiting them when I first moved to Tucson, and I was able to come and see them. And but this was made by the Optical Craftsman in 1967.
Wow, the Optical Craftsman. That is Mr. Wagner, the discoverer or namer, I guess, of the Stargate, right? The asterism we all know and love near Messier 104.
The person asking the question, yes.
Yeah, that's who that was. Yes.
Well, thank you so much for inviting me to come on tonight, and I hope to be there in person in some future year.
Well, we certainly look forward to that, David, and hopefully that might be next year, late April, early May, when we look forward to getting back at the Texas Star Party. But until then, we'll continue following you online. We know that you're very active in the Explore Scientific Alliance discussions and have lots of other talks, and we always look forward to hearing from you wherever we can.
Thanks, Joe, and thanks, Will, and this really was a pleasure.
The pleasure was all ours. Thank you, David.
Absolutely, David. Thank you so much. Wow. Very cool. I think bucket list item crossed off my list, Joe. I don't know about you, my man, but pretty cool.
It is. Like I said, I had an opportunity to spend an afternoon with him in an intimate environment with just a handful of other friends, and David just waxed poetically, as somebody else had said, about lots of different tales from his observing past and things like that, and got into some of what he did during his studies from a literature perspective. It was just absolutely incredible. Like I said, I could listen to him talk all day, not say a word, and I'm just mesmerized by his story. So that's always a treat to hear from David, a living legend. I mean, he kind of said, yeah, he is a living legend. I mean, I don't think anybody ever will do what he's done and discover as many comets as he has, just given, kind of where technology's progressed. But for a lot of people like us growing up who were very into astronomy, we were just enamored by David and others like him, because the sense of discovery, the sense of, that spirit of exploration, David really embodies that. And it's just something that all of us, even as we've gotten older in life, still look at him and say, wow, I want to be like David Levy.
I know, yeah. Unless your name is like Pan Stars or
right.
One of these other surveys, you're probably not going to discover a comet unless you just get absolutely incredibly lucky.
Right.
So, but hey, there might be a chance for that somewhere. Who knows? I mean,
people are still discovering them, right?
Sure.
It's not all the automatic surveys and whatnot that are doing it, but yeah, it's just, it's one thing to have a comet Pan-STARRS or something like that. It's another one to see a comet Levy of, or Shoemaker Levy of some sort, knowing that, human eyes were the first to say, we see something there, and it's not like the other background objects. So just absolutely incredible. So, but Will, I don't know about you. I think might be time to give away some swag. What do you think?
I think we should get. Let's do something else. I'm just kidding. I'll do that all night. No, let's get some stuff away because we just got gifted an awesome talk by David. So let's pay that forward, I guess, and give some stuff away.
Yeah, and by the way, folks, our good friend Stephen Hummel is backstage. He's waiting to come on here in just a bit. So we're holding him up. I know everybody wants to win some prizes, but Steven's going to come online here, talk to us, about the Big Bend region. We've spent a lot of time over the last 3 days talking about Big Bend and how special it is, but they're really working on creating an international dark sky reserve in the Big Bend area that's going to be over 17,000 square miles. It's going to encompass territory from Texas. It's going to encompass territory from Mexico, with the purpose of protecting the pristine night skies in that region. So if it does get certified by the International Dark Sky Association, it'll be larger than any currently existing dark sky reserve in the world. So they're doing a lot of work there to get that certification. And in order to get the certification by the International Dark Sky Association, they are doing a lot of work to extensively monitor light pollution and address its sources, as well as update lighting ordinances to ensure the sky is protected for future generations. So Stephen is amongst and I don't use this term lightly, the warriors out there they're on the front line to ensure that the night skies are preserved in West Texas. And there are a lot of folks in this battle to make sure that this gift that we've been given does exist, not only for us, but for our children going forward. So we look forward to Stephen's talk. But before we get there, let's give away some prizes.
Let's do it. $50. Amazon.
$50 from the Texas Star Party. Yeah, Amazon gift card. The winner is David Wilson of Dallas, Texas. Congratulations, David.
Congrats, buddy. Spend that wisely.
Absolutely. Another $50 Amazon gift card from the Texas Star Party. Winner of that is Alex Martin, all the way in Las Vegas, Nevada. I think that's the first. No, did we get another Nevada winner earlier?
Nevada, no.
Maybe not.
Or maybe Reno. I don't remember now.
I can't remember, but we've got one for sure now. Alex Martin, congratulations for winning that $50 Amazon gift card.
Right.
We're not done with the Amazon gift cards. Another $50 Amazon gift card here. And the winner of that prize is Julie Tiedman from Albuquerque, New Mexico. New Mexico is making a strong push here. A lot of representation from New Mexico tonight. Yeah. And another $50 Amazon gift card, this time from the Houston Astronomical Society. We love the Houston Astronomical Society. We're both members of the Houston Astronomical Society.
We have that in common.
Absolutely. We're both members of the Astronomical Society of Southeast Texas, too.
That's great.
But from the Houston Astronomical Society, I can't speak, a $50 Amazon gift card. And John Cantrell from Murphy, Texas. Congratulations, John.
Congrats. Yes.
A Hubble Optics Hubble 5-star artificial star. From Hubble Optics, a wonderful advertiser for this program. The winner is John Struckmeyer from Irving, Texas. North Texas coming in strong here.
Congrats, John.
Another set of 7x50 Poro Prism binoculars from Vixen Optics, Star Guy and Berlebach. The winner of those binoculars is Beth Watsky from Georgetown, Texas, just north of Austin there.
That's right. Congrats.
Excellent. Enjoy those. Yeah, enjoy those binoculars, Beth. And then last in this round, we've got more to come later, but the last in this round is another $50 AstroZap e-gift certificate. These are wonderful items that AstroZap puts out, and the winner of that is virtual drum roll, Howard Banich. I hope I pronounced that correctly. From Sandy, Oregon. Oregon has now entered the party, so congratulations, Howard.
The chat, sir.
And congrats to all of our winners here. And like we said, we've got more prizes to give away later on, and we still have trivia.
We do.
That, we've got wonderful prizes to give away there as well. So thanks, everybody, and congratulations to all the winners of these door prizes.
Amazing stuff, man. Such a fun thing to be able to give away, stuff like this that, we can just, throw the stuff out into the virtual crowd and everybody's excited and
tchotchkes, right? We just kind of toss it into the audience. Yeah,
exactly. Prizes, we're just out here doing our thing, but that is so cool.
And hey, Will, I think we've got less than an hour.
We do
before our auction items end up closing. So we're $252 for the X Bar Ranch Day, and only $100 for the Prude Ranch. Whoever wins that right now is getting a steal. So everybody, get your bids in for the Prude Ranch Day, a winter weekend stay at the Prude Ranch.
Ooh, I see.
3-day, 2-night. $150 just went up. I think they're including horseback riding in that too, right?
I think that's everything you can imagine, basically included with the ranch. Yeah, all ranch activities at the Prude for sure. Steal of a deal, man.
And that is, yeah, even at twice that price, that's a heck of a deal. So that's still ongoing. The X-Bar Ranch auction is still ongoing as well. We have till 9:01 p.m. Central Time tonight for those auctions. 44 minutes remaining. You can see it right there, folks. And the auctions will be done, and we'll announce the winners before the show's over tonight.
This one's a hot commodity, y'all. This is it's, you got to bid 302 from here to beat the current bid. So there's still a chance for the X Bar, and there's definitely still a chance for the Prude Ranch here, man. So get those bids in, because again, like Joe said, you only got 44 minutes, and I guarantee you those 44 minutes are going to blow by so fast once we start talking to Mr. Stephen Hummel and hanging out. And once the trivia is going to come at us, the t-shirt giveaways. There's so much about to happen in a short amount of time that it's almost too much, I think. But we're gonna make it work. We're gonna fit it all into this nice box, and this has been a lot of fun, Joe. This is watching these auctions go, and the bird's eye view of this is pretty cool, man.
Courtney Project. Courtney, our good friend, says yes. At 302, it's still a steal. So get in there and start bidding up. Certainly. So, like we said, we've got Stephen Hummel queued up. We're going to hear from him in just a moment. But before we do that, let's hear from one of our advertisers.
Did you know that Takahashi America is part of Land, Sea, and Sky, located in Houston, Texas? Takahashi designs and creates optical tube assemblies, mounts, eyepieces, and accessories for both visual astronomical observing and astrophotography. Land, Sea, and Sky is the distributor for all Takahashi equipment made in Japan and destined for North and South America. You can learn more about Takahashi by visiting us online at takahashiamerica.com.
And we are back from that awesome commercial break. Before we get into Mr. Hummel's introduction, again, we want to give y'all plenty of opportunity to make sure you bid on this stuff. So again, there is the link below. I won't read it. You guys can read that there. Texas Star Party, blah, 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 blah. Type that in, get that going. And if you want those stays, if you want one of those, you can bid on that there. And our producer, Don, is flooding the chat with those links. Again, that'll make it clickable, copy and pasteable, whatever you're going to do with it. Get in there and bid on it. And man, we're going to be announcing a winner for that later, Joe. That's exciting stuff, man.
I'm looking forward to it. So everything about tonight's program has been exciting, culminating, and all the things that we've done to put this program together for everyone who's watching. And I just can't wait.
It's awesome stuff.
Yeah, but for now, we are joined by our good friend, Mr. Stephen Hummel. Stephen is a dark sky specialist at the McDonald Observatory, tasked with helping to preserve the night sky in West Texas through public outreach and community efforts, and has been with the observatory since 2017. In addition, Stephen runs a very popular outreach program online through the McDonald Observatory, and every now and then, he loops us in to test some of his equipment. So a very familiar face. I've seen the three of us on screen lots of times before, but it's our pleasure to have Stephen Hummel with us. Stephen, thank you for joining us tonight.
It's a pleasure to be here, and I have to say, it is nice to be back in this format again with you and with Will. It's been a while. I've been busy, but I think I've been busy on some worthwhile things, which I'm going to share with you tonight. So yeah, I'm very excited. But yeah, let me start sharing my screen here.
All right, we'll look for that.
There you go. All right. So again, my name is Stephen Hummel. I am out here at the University of Texas's McDonald Observatory. I know a lot of TSP regulars have visited the observatory, or at the very least, seen it in the distance. We do usually do for the Texas Star Party technical tours. Yes, and visual light in my office instead of the dome for one. I would honestly, I would be in the dome tonight, but it's in use, so someone else has claimed it, so it's fine. My office will do. Yeah, we do usually do special programs for TSP. We have a long history of coordinating with TSP for their events, and I hope that in the future we'll be able to come back out in person for sure. I look forward to meeting some of you out there again next year. But I'm going to be talking a little bit about my work, as well as the work of my colleague Bill Wren here at the observatory in protecting the night sky. Now, when I'm speaking to a group of astronomers, I think it's sort of like preaching to a choir to some extent, in that you all already sort of get it. You know, you know what it's like to be under a dark sky versus under a light polluted sky. But I want to go over some of the reasons why preserving the night sky is important. In other words, why I do what I do, why the observatory is doing what it's doing, because it goes beyond sort of the obvious, just looking up at the stars. But yes, obviously, protecting the night sky is important for visual observing and enjoyment, as well as for research. We do a lot of research here at the observatory that just could not be done under light polluted skies, even just a little bit, especially the Hobby Eberly Telescope Dark Energy Experiment, which Dr. Carl Gebhardt talked about extensively yesterday. And if you haven't seen that, watch that. He did an amazing talk yesterday. I know it's recorded on YouTube and such. You can go back and watch yesterday's program about some of the incredible research that's being done here at the observatory. But David Levy also highlighted on what I think is one of the most important reasons to preserve the night sky, and that's just a sense of art and culture. You know, astronomy is the oldest science. It's been a part of human existence for as long as humans have had eyes to look up with. You know, and so it's been a part of human existence forever. It would be a shame to lose that part of our culture, just like it would be a shame to lose a natural history museum. You know, it's a natural work of art and that there's just nothing like, or no picture could ever do it justice, really. And it's also a source of inspiration. And David's everything he said proves that point. I think he proved that point so eloquently. But in addition to that, preserving the night sky also helps preserve our natural environment on the Earth. By which I mean it helps to preserve things like birds and insects and nocturnal species, which are so critical, especially out in West Texas. Out here, especially like in Big Bend National Park, Big Bend Ranch State Park, as well as for things like migrating birds, which navigate by the stars, when unfortunately die by the millions every year due to light pollution. It's also important for the local economy and the economy of many other areas around the world because it helps promote tourism. And tourism locally in West Texas is a big part of the local the economy here. So if we lost the night sky, there's obviously some incentive to preserve it because that would mean a lot of businesses would simply cease to exist. There's also health benefits. That's something that often gets overlooked, but overexposure to blue light at night especially can disrupt your circadian rhythm. Not that I think most astronomers have normal circadian rhythms, but for everybody else's sake, it's important to limit your exposure to artificial light at night because that can have serious health effects, including an increased risk of diabetes, heart disease, and cancer. In fact, the American Medical Association classifies working at night or night shifts as an increased cancer risk, partly because of that reason. There's also safety concerns. Poor lighting is a safety concern because it can create more glare and decrease visibility. And better lighting, the kind of lighting we advocate, which I'm going to explain in a minute, puts more light where you need it, which helps you see better, and it doesn't cause excessive glare, and it basically allows you to see better when you cross through different environments that are differently lit, because your eyes are going to adjust to the ambient light levels. It's also so it's important for safety and security as well. Better lighting also it helps identify possible threats. A lot of people, when they hear about night sky preservation efforts, they're like, no, I need the bright lights to be safe. When in reality, there is zero evidence that brighter lights keep you safer at night, either for identifying threats or hazards which you could trip over and such things like that. So night sky friendly lights are safer, plus they use less energy. So they're more environmentally friendly in that aspect, and they cost less to run, at least. And usually they cost less to install too, if you do it at least from the start. So these are all the reasons why I do the work I do. There's a lot to it. It's not just one thing. It's all of these things combined that are why I do the work I do. But a little bit about what exactly McDonald Observatory is doing. We quantify the sky quality in the West Texas region through a variety of methods. So we have an accurate measurement of how successful we are in our light pollution mitigation efforts and how the sky is changing. We do education and outreach efforts so that the public is aware of the benefits and of night sky friendly lights and the concerns over poor lighting. We help replace light fixtures in the community, meaning if someone has a light that may be problematic, but they can't afford to replace it, we do offer financial assistance in certain situations. And that is done entirely through donated funds. We are a state institution. We're the University of Texas, so we cannot use public funds to fund that. But if you are interested in supporting our light mitigation efforts, you can donate to that fund on our website, mcdonaldobservatory.org/dark skies. But we also seek to promote good lighting by recognizing people who are doing it right, who are making an effort to protect the night sky. And the kind of the thrust of this talk is we are trying to create an IDA certified dark sky reserve in the Big Bend region of West Texas. And I'm going to talk a little bit more about that later on. But first, I'm going to start with quantifying the sky quality, which is, I know, very important to amateur astronomers and very much in the interest of the Texas Star Party, right? To know exactly how dark our skies are. So a little bit of background first. McDonald Observatory already sits in the largest contiguous area in the world where the night sky is protected by law. There is no other place in the world as big as this that has dark sky ordinances, and it's a contiguous area. So that is what we kind of informally call the McDonald Observatory Night Sky Reserve. And by state law, the surrounding 7 counties have county lighting ordinances, and the municipalities do as well. Fort Davis, by the way, is in gray because it is not a city; it is unincorporated, so it's just subject to the county. But these ordinances, many of them are out of date. Some of them have been around since the 70s, and their language, it just does not encompass modern lighting technology, especially LEDs. So part of the effort today is to update these ordinances and increase awareness of them. But I'm going to overlay on this map a light pollution map from the VIIRS instrument on the Suomi satellite from January of 2020. And you can plainly see that there is a large source of light to our northeast there. And that is the Permian Basin. That is, in other words, oil and gas activity. Not just flaring, but all of the industrial lights and things that come with it. And that emits more light than Midland or Odessa. It's roughly equivalent to a major city such as El Paso, and it's much closer. It used to be for many years that El Paso was the brightest thing here. So unsurprisingly, that's the focus of a lot of our efforts and what we're monitoring very carefully. So we take data of the sky in a variety of different ways to kind of quantify how that light is changing and how dark the sky really is. One way we do this is just with traditional photography. So I took this picture, this all-sky panorama with a normal camera. And you can see down below, behind the Hobby-Eberle telescope, looking northeast, you can see that glow along the horizon. And that is the Permian Basin there. You can also see some glow from Alpine on the top right over here, as well as some glow from El Paso, 160 miles away. But we have more scientific methods of quantifying the data too. But it's important to point out in this previous picture here that none of that light extends very far above the horizon. So the sky overhead at McDonald Observatory is still as dark as it gets on Earth. We still have some of the darkest skies of any major research observatory in the world, and definitely the darkest skies of any major research observatory in the continental United States. So the sky overhead is still dark. We want to keep it that way. Again, another method we have to collect data on the sky is with this little guy here called an all-sky photometer, or ASP, all-sky photometer. This is a CCD. It's a science-grade CCD with a 50 millimeter Nikon lens, 51.2, and a little Celestron mount, and that we've modified, and it's running a script developed with help from the National Park Service, such that it takes pictures of the sky and tiles them all together to create a mosaic. So that's all sky photometry. So we're measuring the brightness of the entire sky. So we do this about once a month. This is from May 9th, 2021. I just took a data set a couple days ago, but I just haven't processed it. It wasn't ready in time for this presentation. But this is the sky from Mount Fulks by the Hobby-Eberle telescope. And again, there's that glow from the Permian there in the north. However, in order to get a useful measurement of the amount of light pollution from this data, we take all the stars and the Milky Way and all of the natural sources of light and subtract them. And when you do that, when you subtract all of the natural light sources, you're left with the artificial light sources. And then we compare the amount of artificial light that's left over with the amount of light just a completely natural sky would have. And so that ratio between them is called the all-sky light pollution ratio. Now, I know a lot of astronomers like their Bortle scales and things like that. I'm personally not a fan because it doesn't really tell you, it's pretty vague. It doesn't tell you how the light's distributed and where in the sky it's dark. But the all-sky light pollution ratio is a little more specific. It tells us exactly how much brighter the sky is compared to a natural sky. And in this case, from McDonald Observatory, it is 33% brighter than the natural sky, or all sky light pollution ratio is 0.33. Again, that's all sky, so it's all the light in this case is down low, so it doesn't resolve the problem the Boreal scale has, but we have other metrics too. And straight up, it still is as dark as it gets. For reference, let's compare this to Big Bend National Park. Down to our south, a couple hours drive to the south. The all sky light pollution ratio there and earlier this year was 0.12, or 12% brighter than a totally dark sky. And the darkest skies in Texas are not actually to Big Bend National Park. I'll talk about that in a second. But because Big Bend National Park, unfortunately, also suffers from the light glow from the Permian Basin. Even all the way down by the river, you can still see that glow from the Permian Basin oil and gas activity. You can also see a little glow from El Paso and Chihuahua, Mexico, as well as Presidio and Ojinaga there as well. But the darkest skies in Texas, that title goes to Black Gap Wildlife Management Area. And a lot of people haven't heard of Black Gap, which I think is a shame. It's right next to Big Bend. It borders Big Bend. It's just to the east. And it has an all-sky light pollution ratio of basically of 0.12, but it's a few decimal places darker than Big Bend. So it gets the title, the darkest skies in Texas. And there is an effort to make Black Gap an IDA-certified dark sky sanctuary, which is basically their highest tier, the most difficult to get. And they are usually reserved for the most remote, the hardest to get to places as well, because there are very few places left that are this dark on Earth. And there is nowhere left on the continental United States where the sky is actually a zero. Every single point in the continental United States has at least some detectable light pollution. So it has gotten brighter overall in this country. The second method we have to monitor light pollution in the area is partly with a volunteer effort, as well as of some of our staff, to take sky quality measurements with a little handheld meter called the Sky Quality Meter, SQM. May have seen some of these before. But we have a whole bunch of different locations where we do this every 3 months. We take a measurement from all these points on the map. And so we have a very good idea of how light pollution is changing spatially and over time. So a big treasure trove of data, which I'm working on sorting through, because there's a lot of interesting stuff in there. But the overall result of all of these methods is basically kind of summarized in this chart here. The good news is the sky is getting darker over West Texas. It used to be from McDonald Observatory, the percentage above natural background level, or the all sky light pollution ratio, reached a peak of about 49% back in 2019, late 2019. That was when we kind of had peak flaring in the Permian Basin. And since then, it's come down a bit. It's sort of stabilized around a little over 30%, just a little bit. However, there is still no detectable light pollution above 30 degrees. So there is no detectable light pollution anywhere we would see, or anywhere we would look with a telescope. Anywhere we would aim at a large telescope, we don't see any light pollution. But another takeaway of this is that just because you are in a rural area does not mean the sky is dark. That is increasingly a trend we see in the world. Rural is not necessarily dark, as is commonly associated. It's no guarantee anymore to just drive away from a major city and hope to find a dark sky. And globally, this is not the trend of this chart. Globally, light pollution is increasing by 2% per year. And 2% per year does not sound like a lot, but it adds up quickly. and that's about the same rate as the inflation of money, of U.S. currency. And a dollar today isn't worth the same as a dollar in 1921. And in fact, a dollar in 1921 would be about $15.50 today. Likewise, light pollution has increased at that same rate. So year to year, it's difficult to detect, but it really does accumulate over time to matter. Some other findings: where is the light pollution actually coming from? Meaning, what are the actual light sources that are contributing to the light that we see in the sky? And for our location, the biggest source is oil and gas activity in the Permian Basin. Flaring is a big part of that, but I think a lot of people overestimate the importance of flaring, burning off methane, because the flare, although they are bright, they emit most of their light in infrared and a yellow color, which doesn't scatter as much in the atmosphere. Of more concern to us are the permanent lights. So when an oil facility sets up shop, the flaring typically is a temporary stage in the process. What we care about are all the lights that are permanent. They're going to stay there, because sometimes, as we've seen in the recent crash of the price of oil, just because a company, my headset cut out there for a minute, but just because a company is out of business and not even doing anything in the oil field anymore, that doesn't mean they're turning the lights off. They may still be leaving their lights on, and they may still be aimed up into the sky, and so it's a concern for us. So industrial lighting is a big focus of our efforts. The second biggest contributor to light pollution are unshielded lights on businesses. What I mean by unshielded is that they are allowing the light to spill up into the sky, or put it another way, the source of the light is visible from above the mounting point. Another big source are illuminated signs and billboards. These are increasingly bright. Those internally illuminated signs are often on all night, and there's no shielding. And illuminated billboards often spill a lot of their light into the sky, and they can be incredibly bright. Street lights are not as important as you would think. In our area, they are all amber. Anyway, there aren't really any bright white LED streetlights in our area, thanks in part to the existing lighting ordinances and awareness campaigns. But there are some that are unshielded, which are contributing a little bit. And the last two are residential lights and headlights on cars. High beams, unfortunately, they do contribute quite a bit at certain times of the night, but that's pretty hard to predict and fluctuates quite a bit. But we do have solutions, and this is what we advocate in the local community, summarized in this nice graphic, which I love because it just condenses this pretty big topic into one simple graphic. If you do these steps, you will drastically cut light pollution, if not entirely eliminate sky glow. It's shielding, such that the light is aimed down at the ground, using a more amber colored light because that does not scatter as much in the atmosphere. It also doesn't attract as many insects or disrupt your circadian rhythm as much as white or blue lights. And using only the intensity of light that you actually need. So an appropriate amount of light for the purpose. And lastly, if you aren't using a light, turning it off or putting it on a motion detector or timer, so it's only used when necessary. Here are some success stories. This is a compressor station out in the Permian Basin. And a lot of times people are skeptical that we can do anything about the oil and gas industry, and they get very pessimistic. And I do want to point out that it has reduced greatly in the past 2 years. And part of that is because of our successful efforts working and consulting with the oil and gas industry to reduce that light pollution. And the first step we often ask is for operators to simply aim their lights down. Because a lot of oil and gas operators or contractors or so forth, they kind of have this assumption that brighter is better. that they should put as much light out as possible, light it up like daylight, because that's what's safe. And in the process, they also usually aim their light sideways to get the greater reach or throw far away from the site they're working. But that creates a lot of glare, and that's usually blinding to the people at night. So the first step we do is we ask them to turn them down such that the light is aimed on the ground where they actually need it. And that has the benefit of reducing glare dramatically and reducing the amount of light that's spreading into the sky. Some of it may still be bouncing up off the ground if it's excessively bright, but this is the first step. And universally, they all come back and say, oh yeah, that actually works great, because it puts more light where they need it and eliminates glare. Therefore, it keeps their workers safer. And in this quote, the employees love it. One commented that he could actually see the equipment and where he was walking now. That says it all right there. Here's a fantastic example of a whole facility which was designed from the ground up to be night sky friendly by using the recommended lighting techniques. This is located near Balmorhea, Texas. It's an Apache/Altus Diamond Cryo Complex. It's not active drilling here. They're compressing and liquefying natural gas here, but you can see that the level of illumination is a lot lower than, say, the ones there at the road. You can see there's some non-compliant lighting kind of at the boundary of the property over here for context, and you can see just how faint, how much dimmer it is, but there's still plenty of light. It's still evenly illuminated so that the workers can see what they're doing. And a lot of these places are in operation 24 hours a day, so that is crucial to them. We can't ask them to simply turn their lights off continually. It's not practical. Here's an example of an internally illuminated sign, and it's a common thing we see locally. Is their lights, their traditional lights may be great. In this example, they are using an amber light. It's aimed down. It's fully shielded. It's not too intense. It checks all the boxes. But then they went and stuck a bright internally illuminated sign. Then you can see all the light on the roof and on the power lines, all just going into the sky. So this is a pretty big source of light pollution that I think a lot of people underestimate, are these signs like this. Usually we ask that they use like an inverted sign. So instead of a white background with black text, it would be a black background with white text, or simply turn it off. Use adaptive control so it's only used when needed. Here's another example from Fort Davis. This is a Hotel Olympia, and you can see they have that before they had these bright white light sources outside this row of hotel rooms, and they complained a lot of guests complained that they were too bright. And the ground staff mentioned to us that sometimes they would walk out in the morning and they would find those light bulbs unscrewed and left on the ground because the guests staying there thought they were just so obnoxious and they were like shining through the curtains. So we just changed the light bulbs. We gave them a lower color temperature, more amber light that is fully shielded, so it sticks up into the housing, and you can just see how much more attractive that looks. I think that looks so much better on the right. Here's another community example. This is from Balmorhea. This is an example of how we helped a local facility or local community members. We donated lights to replace the fixtures at the front, and so we gave them better lights at the front for free, with the idea that if they wanted to cover the rest, they could do that themselves. And sure enough, once they saw the difference the lights on the front made, they swapped out the lights. They paid for the ones on the side themselves. And that's a common theme is people just need to see the difference. They just need an example, a real world example, to make it click. And then they realize, oh, this really is a lot better, and then they'll gladly support it. We're trying to recognize more businesses and residents and organizations in the kind of greater Big Bend area who are using lights that are night sky friendly with our new recognition program. We find we get a lot more success when we use the carrot rather than the stick, because most of the time people just don't know. They just don't realize they're causing a problem. That's the number one issue we come against. This is an example of a recognized location here in Fort Davis. This is the Jeff Davis County Courthouse. This is actually their annex building. You can see fully shielded in amber. And they only use it when needed. Here's another example. This is Printco in Alpine, Texas, just down the road. And they actually were ahead of us. They had this light up and never even talked to us. And they're like, yeah, we believe in dark skies. And it's like, well, that's great. You know, sometimes some people are already on it. Again, amber color, fully shielded, aimed down, puts the light where it needs to be. And each location by itself doesn't make a huge impact on the sky, but cumulatively, there is a world of a difference it makes. Now, Fort Davis is not 100%, perfect in our lights. There are definitely some businesses and residents who are not dark sky friendly, who do need some improvement. But I would say about 75 or 90% of the lights are pretty good in Fort Davis. Whereas Alpine is a bigger city. It's about twice the surface area and about 3 times the population of Fort Davis. But very few businesses and organizations are night sky friendly in Alpine. So it's no wonder then that Alpine is many times brighter than Fort Davis, even though it's farther away from the observatory. Fort Davis is practically invisible from here. At 10 miles away, you almost can't see it. You can't see it naked eye. It only shows up in long exposures as a little bitty glow. Whereas Alpine is pretty obvious. Again, Alpine is 3 times further away, and the inverse square law should be much fainter if they were the same brightness than Fort Davis. But again, it's about a dark sky, not a dark ground. So just going back to those community examples in Fort Davis, right? You still have lights. They're still aimed down at the ground so you can see what you're doing. It's still perfectly safe. Businesses can still operate at night, but simply adopting those practices makes a world of a difference. It's about a dark sky, not a dark ground. That's probably the one thing I want people to take away the most. So we are trying to implement these practices throughout the region, and we're working with local community members all the time in that effort. But we're also trying to create a international dark sky reserve. Now, the IDA has several different recognitions or several different places essentially that they recognize, and they all have little slight differences. For example, probably the most popular or famous dark sky place or category are international dark sky parks, like Big Bend National Park, recently Zion National Park, Grand Canyon. They're national parks, state parks that practice good lighting. There are also designations for communities or towns, as well as for remote areas, which would be sanctuaries. We are after a reserve. Now, we already have 2 dark sky parks in what we are calling the Greater Big Bend International Dark Sky Reserve. But the reserve is composed of 2 separate kind of categories within it: the core zones and the peripheral zones. And the core zones are basically the areas that are most sensitive to light, the areas we are trying the hardest to protect. And those zones for us are kind of clustered in the north and the south. And the peripheral areas are less stringent, so there doesn't have to be 100% compliance in the peripheral areas. In fact, to get qualified, there has to be about 10% compliance with a commitment to reach 90% or more in the coming years. So we're already ahead of that. We already have more than 10% compliance in the peripheral areas. But again, this reserve will be, as Joe mentioned earlier, absolutely enormous. This is bigger than Connecticut and Maryland combined. It's, again, about 17,000 square miles, or a little under 10 million acres. And it will indeed be international, because it'll also include protected lands in Mexico across the border, the three protected lands across from Big Bend National Park. And this will, in fact, be larger than all of the existing dark sky reserves in the world combined. And I cannot really stress how big of an undertaking this is. This is when we kind of ran this by the IDA, and they kind of, it was an email, but I think if we were talking face to face, they probably would have looked at us like we were crazy, because this is so much bigger than anything that's been attempted before. And the IDA's criteria are pretty strict. We have to get a whole bunch of different municipalities and governments and parks and other partners to all cooperate on this. I wanted to have a slide that listed all the partners on this project, but it just got too big. It just got too cluttered, and I didn't want to leave anyone else out, so I didn't want any hurt feelings, because this is really unprecedented in scale. But the core zones, the area of the highest or the most stringent lighting rules include McDonald Observatory, our campus. We're not big, but obviously we're trying to protect the sky here too. The Nature Conservancy, which is this little blob of land, just so it kind of almost surrounds us on both sides. The Big Bend National Park and Big Bend Ranch State Park, and the Chinati State Natural Area, which is administered by Big Bend Ranch State Park. And the peripheral areas, again, they include these counties, as well as a sliver of Reeves County and Balmorhea, right on the border of the oil fields, and these three protected lands in Mexico. So already in this area, there are several certified dark sky places, which makes this dramatically easier, because the work has already kind of been done. Those include Big Bend National Park and Big Bend Ranch State Park. They're already 100% done. All the efforts there is done. Black Gap Wildlife Management Area is almost ready to be certified as a sanctuary, which is, again, the most stringent category. So they may be added to the core later on. Elephant Mountain Wildlife Management Area, likewise, also going to be a sanctuary. Shout out to Amber Harrison at Big Bend Ranch State Park for getting Big Bend Ranch, Elephant Mountain, and Black Gap all certified. That's a huge amount of work for one person. Sierra Lorana is already certified. They are a dark sky community located just south of Alpine. And Terlingua Ranch is working towards a community designation as well. But I want to show you kind of where the reserve is located in terms of the sky. On this overlay, you can see that we are located in a very dark part of the country in Texas. And the brightest light sources within the reserve are Alpine. And on the border here, this is Ojinaga. So a lot of work being done and already within it, but we still have a ways to go internally to improve the light. But in terms of what has to happen in order for the reserve to work, the IDA has a long list of criteria. We have to demonstrate broad-based community support. So in other words, we need to make sure people know about this project and support it. So that's accomplished with town hall events, kind of similar to this, but focused locally. Letters of support. If you want this to happen, send me an email. Okay, and let me know, because any written support we can get will help our application to the IDA. We're also demonstrating broad-based community support through our lighting recognition program. We also have to document the sky quality, not just for the application, but in the future. It's important to note you can lose an IDA designation. It has happened to people before if you don't keep it up. If you don't monitor your lights, you don't do the work, you can lose the designation. It does have meaning. We also have to do an inventory of all of the public lights, or at least a representative sample in the entire area. It's a huge area. We actually already got that done. We're also, additionally, even though it's not required, we're conducting a survey of as many private lights as we can too. And we do also already have efforts to mitigate any lights which may prove a problem. And the IDA has a certain set of requirements that, lights in the area have to be fully shielded, and 2700K or below color temperature. Actually, the IDA recommends 3000 Kelvin or soft white. We are shooting for 2700 Kelvin because we do not like blue light content in our light. It is not good for our astronomy. They also require a lumens per acre cap, meaning that's a way of ensuring that lights aren't too brighter than necessary, and adaptive controls. So these things have to not just be encouraged, these things have to basically be ensured, or a plan has to be in place to make all the lights in that area compliant in the future. And the way to accomplish that are through ordinances. So in other words, making it law. Now, a lot of people really don't like this part. They think, oh, you're forcing your opinion on us. We view ordinances as a vehicle to raise awareness. Sorry, microphone keeps cutting out on me. Battery's getting low. But ordinances, again, they're a vehicle to raise awareness. So we view them as just one method in our toolbox to get people to adopt better lighting. And we already have ordinances in the surrounding area. They just need to be made up to date to include more modern understanding, such as shielding and color temperature and intensity and timing. But it's very rare for anyone to actually be issued a fine. It's really reserved for the sort of worst case scenarios where someone is really just out to cause trouble. But almost every single case, we have reached a solution before it gets to that point. And so it's not about strict enforcement. It's about awareness and encouragement and working with people. And we do it has to be law because, well, one, the IDA requires it if we want the reserve status, and two, there has to be some sort of recourse if someone is ruining the night sky, because that is a threat not only to the research here, but to the local economy, which is dependent on astrotourism. So in that regard, we have made a lot of progress, and so this is sort of where we are as of today. What we've gotten done and what we still need to do to make the reserve a reality. And we've already basically done everything in all the core zones. That was almost done before we even started the reserve project. We have updated lighting ordinances in Jeff Davis County, Brewster County, and Reeves County. Reeves County, that's where most of the oil and gas industry is. So that's huge for us. We've also updated them in Valentine, Balmorhea, and just this week, Presidio. So it's the newest edition. So we're more than halfway there. We still need to update the ordinance in Presidio County, Marfa, Alpine, and we have to tidy up a few things in the biosphere reserves across the river in Mexico to ensure their partnership as well. I am really excited that this is a truly international project, because for decades there has been talk of a sort of international national park, basically international park across the river between Big Bend and the protected lands in Mexico. It's been a dream for decades. It's always fallen short, but it's not all the way there. It's not like there's easy access between the border there or anything. It's just that they're taking steps to mitigate lighting or to use better lighting. That's all it means. But I think it's a step in the right direction and kind of cross-border relations as well. I wanted to just give a few community examples, a few more. This is a recent one that I think a lot of people can relate to or have questions about. See on the right here, there's this light fixture. and this is a LED light. It's aimed at a slight angle, and versus some shielded lights here on this sign for the donut shop. So this is the same view at night across the street. We have two bright LED light sources that are so bright that you can't even see that there are actually people in that laundromat, and there's actually a person trying to get right in front of that truck there too. You can't see any of that. Even with the naked eye, you're totally blinded by these light sources, which each emit around in the neighborhood of 75,000 lumens. That's enough to light up, well, 75% of an acre of land. That's the equivalent amount of light, and there's two of them, so it's 150,000 lumens right here. That's for reference. Car high beams are in the neighborhood of maybe, depending on the high beam, 8,000 lumens or so. This is 150,000 lumens, and these went up recently. But I talked to them, and they're going to change it. So we didn't have to, call code enforcement or anything like that. It's almost never required. We talked to them, and we make progress. This is across the street. How much of the light is spilling out into the surrounding buildings? So this is a case of light trespass. It's light going beyond the property lines, spilling into areas where it shouldn't be. And again, that light is only aimed up by about 15 or 20 degrees, but it's still spilling out sideways. But again, I talked to them, and they're going to replace it. I haven't done it yet. They're working towards it. So if you're not in the area, if you're not in Texas, I know a lot of astronomers, a lot of amateur astronomers, they get really nervous about talking to their neighbors to address light pollution, because it makes people anxious. It's people don't want to be confrontational. So I just have some tips here for if you're already practicing good lighting in your own home. Here's how you can convince others to do the same. And the most important one is to remind them that it's about a dark sky, not a dark ground. People have a right to illuminate their property. Okay, so you're not trying to keep them in darkness, because that's the number one thing people assume, is that you just want everyone to have their lights off 100% of the time. Whereas it's about using light with purpose, being thoughtful about it. But if you're going to talk to your neighbor or a local business or something about their lights, I recommend you do your research ahead of time. Know the pros and cons, know what they're likely to say, and always don't lead with an accusation. So don't come and say your light's too bright, or you're violating a city ordinance or something. They probably don't know that, and they probably are going to immediately become defensive and try to defend themselves against that accusation. But start by pointing out your concerns and the safety and cost efficiency benefits. Yes, there are benefits to health and the environment and astronomy. Most people are actually convinced by the safety and cost benefits. Most people are practical. If they hear that they can save money and still be safe, that's more likely to win someone over. And when you're talking with them, ask how you can help them improve their light, what you can do to help them, and also ask them what their light is being used for. A lot of people don't do that. They come in and they ask them to change the light without ever actually asking why they have the light in the first place, and it might be something you don't expect. Or it could give you some information to help you work with them. And ask what their concerns are about changing the light, related to that, what the purpose is, what are their concerns about turning it off, and listen to them and actually reply to their concerns. Don't just say, well, you need to do this or you should do this. It's important to remember that using better lights is a win-win solution. It really does benefit basically everything, right? It's safer, it's cheaper, it puts more light where you need it, it creates less glare. So there is a solution to their problem. You just need to listen to them and figure it out. And if you're talking to someone, I always recommend leaving something physical behind. This is kind of a business trick too, but leave behind a pamphlet or some way they can learn more, or even a light bulb or something that you would like them to try out and install. You could bring a sample light fixture to them, or even brownies, a pie, or something like that. It'd be nice. But this is really effective. It really has gotten me a long way, and I'm sure it can help you too with your lighting concerns. And if you do have a particular situation that you think deserves sort of some expert input, or you're just not sure, McDonald Observatory also has a website, mcdonaldobservatory.org. You go under the Dark Skies tab and you can click Contact an Expert, and you can contact me or my colleague Bill Wren. We can look into your situation and help you solve your problem with lights, and we're here to help. So with that, that's where I'm going to wrap up, but I am happy to take some questions.
And we have some questions for you, Stephen. Our local friend here, Debbie Moran. Joe, she's a dark sky advocate herself, right?
She is. She's with the IDA, and I don't know if you've met her before, Stephen, but she is the 2017 winner of the Hoag Robinson Award with the International Dark Sky Association. So Debbie, Debbie is certainly, I mean, to call her a dark skies advocate is an understatement. So, but she has that question there below. How do you teach people to acquire the correct lighting, given that there are far more choices online and you need specific keywords to find it?
Yeah. I say first to never buy anything that you can't figure out what it is, right? Like and people can relate to this. Like, would you buy, food if you not only like didn't know what was in it, but there was no way to know? Like if that label on the back was just like question marks,
right?
Would you buy it? Because there are some lights out there like that. Yeah, like if you're spending your money on something, you want to know what you're getting. So I always say, dark skies are not like, you should know what you're spending your money on and what the product is that you're getting. So I start with that and then say, look for these keywords. Yes, unfortunately right now you do need certain keywords. You could search dark sky friendly or 2700K or fully shielded. But I also point to the IDA's website, darksky.org. They do have an inventory of certified lights and links to buy them. Not 100% of them are perfect. There are a few that I've noticed snuck in there that aren't perfect, but frankly, I'm willing to take that gamble. They're it's more likely going to be better than whatever they currently have. So again, darksky.org, they have an inventory of certified lights, and I always say to people, like, I'm here to help. That's probably why I mentioned the link, is because if you can't find something, I usually help them find it. That's also why I recommend, like, if you have something really specific and it's hard to find, but where it is, show them that. Like, bring them the bulb, give it to them, and give them the packaging, and say, here it is. Here's where you can buy more. Try it out. I'm sure you'll like it. And it works. It's worked countless times.
Absolutely. We went ahead and put the URL down there, darksky.org. And I also just wanted to share quickly, Debbie has done a lot of work here in the city of Houston. It seems to be, she's got a lot of headwinds because Houston is a large city and there's just a lot to change, but she's done some tremendous work. Her website is softlighthouston.com. There are a lot of good tips and tricks and things like that on her website as well. So just wanted to mention that. And again, she's doing a lot of good work, as are you, Stephen.
Yeah, Dark Sky Deb is a good nickname for her. I think that could be her new social media names, I think.
I appreciate everything you're doing, Deborah. I'm in awe, honestly, that you're taking up such a challenge of fighting light pollution in Houston. I think I have a big job, but you have you have so much more ahead
Well,
of you.
but
Yeah.
17,000 square miles is nothing to scoff at, right?
Mostly empty, but yeah.
What the hell?
Yeah, that's bigger than all of them combined. And Stephen, do you ever have a problem with people putting up lights intentionally just so you'll bring them brownies and other baked goods?
It hasn't happened yet, but I am wise to that. It's something I'm like, you only get that once.
I'm making a note right now. Okay.
So, Stephen, you said things seem to peak and they're on the rebound a little bit in that area, and you kind of alluded to some of the reasons why. Are you guys keeping kind of an eye on other industry trends and whatnot to see where it might start to go back up again and trying to get ahead of that curve a little?
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, the recent crash in the price of oil, last year, it was both a blessing and a curse. We did see a reduction in light, but a lot of the businesses we were working with either had really high turnover or no longer exist or in their the form anymore. So we have to remake contacts, right? It got to kind of start over again. So we do training for oil and gas operators and sort of safety and health training. And lights is a big, that's how we get out to people in the field. It's talking about lights in a safety context. But yes, we are trying to keep abreast. It's an uphill battle. The Permian is huge. There are hundreds of different operators, and we kind of have to triage and pick the ones that we think we will have the most success with and are the closest to us or producing the most light. But we are working on it. Actually, we do have just this week a new approach to monitoring light pollution in that region, and I just confirmed this yesterday. It'll be astronaut photography. Astronauts on the ISS will be photographing the region every 3 months, to monitor for changes in the Permian Basin specifically, but in the reserve as well. So that's another tool to measure and try to get ahead of things.
That's fantastic. Yeah.
Yeah, that's amazing. And one of our buddy Don in the back room helped us with this one. Stephen J. O'Meara was talking about light pollution and stuff like that, and we found out through the whole course of this whole thing that a very small percentage of amateur astronomers are part of IDA, and I forget what the number was, Stephen. And then I realized that I'm not a member of the IDA, and I felt very foolish.
What are you doing?
I don't know what I'm
Get
doing.
on that. Yeah, absolutely.
2 years for me. So Debbie convinced me.
Oh, well, see, I don't have Debbie in my ear to tell me to do the cool thing. So that's the blame. Not like I don't have Hummel in my ear too, though.
But the website is down there. Yeah, I'm trying to find it.
Darksky.org. You go there.
Darksky.org. And again, it's the price of an astronomy club membership. Really helps them do what it is that they do to combat excessive light pollution, keep our skies dark. And, we were joking around with Stephen yesterday. We recorded it previously, but said, we'd love to come to Botswana to see these really dark skies. And he said, you know what? Really dark skies are actually really bright skies because you see so much more of the natural light of the universe when you're not having to contend against everything else that we're putting out there. So, I've always likened it to as a kid growing up, my parents would get on us for keeping the door open or going in and out because the air conditioning is getting out, right? The cold air is getting out. You wouldn't run your air conditioner to cool the outside air. So why have lighting to light up the night sky, right? And I always tell people the same thing. It's like, look, if you're going to light things up, light them up. Just make sure it's going in the right direction. Don't light up the night sky. To me, that's like opening the door to air condition the outside.
That's a great analogy, Joe. That's a great analogy.
Yeah, actually, absolutely right. Yeah.
Another question that we could field for you, Stephen, is what in the world can we do to help? I mean, besides darksky.org and not yelling at our neighbors and throwing
there's only so much brownie mix to go around,
there's only so much brownie you can throw at the light to knock them out. So what other steps can we take if maybe we're running into those issues?
You can. Well, there's a lot you can do. I mean, obviously, the first thing you can do is be an example to others. Like, if you do nothing else, if you don't join the IDA, if you don't talk to your neighbors, if you don't give any money to anybody who deserves it, just focus on your own lights at home. Because again, you benefit. It's your sky. It's your money you're wasting on lights that's being spilled into the sky. It's your health. It's your environment you're living in that you're protecting. Even for the selfish people out there, it makes sense to do it. In terms of what else, in terms of next steps, I mean, joining the IDA is a great first step, and getting involved. But the biggest barrier, the number one barrier to widespread adoption of night sky friendly lighting is awareness. So talking about it to people, being consistent about it, bringing it up, pointing it out to people politely, really is the best thing you can do. And it may take multiple times, but once people see it, once it clicks, they're like, oh, that light is producing a lot of glare.
Yeah.
Oh, a lot of that light isn't going onto the ground. They are cursed for life. Right? They have been bestowed the curse of seeing what has been in their face their entire lives, and that's how much light we waste.
Yeah.
There's no going back, and it's just a matter of time.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. It's kind of an interesting thing. I not to tell a story here, but I guess I'll tell a story. Recently in my neighborhood, I live in an entertainment district here in Houston, and one of the bars had a kind of a COVID reopening party. Many people may have seen it on TV because they were going to, flaunt the mask rules and everything else like that several months back. But they had these lights just pointing everywhere over the night sky, these really high beam lights and things like that. And, somebody posted on the neighborhood Facebook page to say, oh, great, look, what's happening. This is, just a blight on the sky and everything else like that. And a lot of people chimed in and said, no, I think this is great. Seeing these lights is fantastic. And I'd mentioned something about, all the things that you'd mentioned. This is a shame because it takes away from our night sky. We can't see certain things that we were able to see once before, the circadian rhythms, migratory patterns, things like that. And an actual MD, a doctor, chimed in and said, hey, these are pretty incredible claims. If you're going to say this stuff, you better have data to back it up. So,
hundreds of studies. Yeah.
And it just kind of shocked me that a doctor would say this. And so, of course, I did my Facebook thing, which is to post all kinds of links to studies and whatnot. And, it took a little bit of time, but, several people said, thank you. I appreciate I didn't know that was a problem, right? Didn't know that hundreds of birds were slamming into buildings in Galveston during the migration patterns and things like that. So like you said, all we can do is educate, and hopefully one person at a time, and we can get them on board, but it starts with us.
Absolutely. It's again, the biggest barrier is awareness, and any way you can help with that is good. It's good work.
Yeah.
I saw Deborah ask if we've talked to law enforcement. I'm not sure if she's referring to our area, but we do work with local enforcement. Yes, they will be believed. We tend to see them as a last resort. It's definitely something that we don't want to fine anybody. We don't want to call the cops on anybody. Nobody likes that. It makes enemies. They're more likely to fight it. Next city council meeting, they'll probably be in there saying, I can't believe I got fined $200 for having, these tiny little Christmas lights. And then, of course, that's how they're going to portray it. Something like that. Regardless of how bright it actually is, they always say it's just this little thing. But we want to make friends. But yes, code enforcement and law enforcement, we do work with them, and we do try to train them. Actually, one of the things, especially out here where it's dark, especially if you're driving down the highway between like Marfa or Fort Davis or Alpine, where there's nobody out there at night. And let's say a cop pulls somebody over and they have those bright blue flashing lights. A lot of times those blue lights on emergency vehicles are blinding at night. I don't know if they realize that. So it's something we've been mentioning is that, actually, like, I know you don't want to get hit, but you're more likely to be hit with those lights on than with the lights off. Because with the lights off, the oncoming car's headlights illuminate your car and it doesn't blind the driver. So anyway, that's just an aside. And that kind of clues them in like, oh yeah, it's blue light maybe isn't the greatest. It kind of scatters in your eye and then they start thinking about it. Anyway, yeah.
Wow, fascinating stuff. And I mean, we take that kind of stuff for granted because we've grown up with all those sorts of things. We've all grown up with lights outside. If you live in the suburbs, I guess. But if you don't, then it can be kind of a shock to move somewhere where there are lights. Vice versa. You can be in the city your whole life and then go out and be like, "What is this?" When there's no lights out there. So
right.
It is education, Stephen, and you're doing amazing work, man. I mean, I've always admired you for all the astronomy that you do, but on top of that,
yes,
it's the saving of astronomy. What you're doing out there, and it takes a team. We know Bill is an amazing asset for you to have there as well. I know y'all are a great team, man.
Absolutely.
And Bill is such a cool, laid back dude. And,
yeah.
And I love he'll just be like, well, can you turn the lights down a little bit? And people are like, well, you're very convincing. Yes, I will. And you have
a very high rate of success. Yeah.
You definitely have that more, you get more bees with honey than vinegar yourself. Whereas, me and maybe Joe and maybe our producer Don might be a little bit more towards the aggressive side, but we're learning. We're getting better because of people like you. And, we'll try not to throw brownies at people as much as possible if we can. But also food fights are fun. So, yeah.
All right, Stephen, I was going to ask you, there we go. Barry Allen had an educational approach instead of a punitive approach achieves much better results. Absolutely.
Absolutely. That's a great way to put it.
Yeah. All right, Stephen, I was going to ask, where can we see you next?
I will be what live program will I be doing next? I'm going to do a live stream of the Perseid meteor shower in August, working on that.
Nice.
I'm here at the observatory, borrowing some techniques from you, Will, using night vision and such. We're going to try that out, see some meteors, and have some meteor and comet experts on as well. So look for that later in August. In the meantime, you can find me on Instagram as well. It's at Hummel_Stephen. And hopefully I'll have time for another coffee or an astronomy eventually. It's been a busy summer, and I'm hoping I have time.
It's been a busy one, man. Yeah, and that's going to be awesome. I can't wait to see some meteors from West Texas. And of course, if y'all aren't familiar with Stephen Hummel and his work on red sprites, then you need to check out his Instagram and check out his posts. Yeah, see Celsa right there. See Sprite Time, right?
Exactly. Yeah, and I'm secretly like, okay, it's going to get dark enough in about 15 minutes. I'm looking at that. You can't see my other monitor, but it's a radar screen.
It's a radar.
There's some sprites out there. I gotta check on them.
Yeah,
very awesome.
When we're at dark sky sites, I'm always messaging Hummel, there's a storm by me, or vice versa. And we end up photographing sometimes the same red sprites, which is pretty amazing.
I'm not sure if we've done the same exact one. I know we've done the same storm, but I'm hoping.
Yeah. One we'll get a sprite from the same angle or from different angles of the same exact sprite, and then we can triangulate data somehow.
I'm hoping to convince NASA to do that too, meaning do that from the ISS at the same time we're doing it on the ground. And
yes, then we'll all be papers.
That would be awesome. Yeah. Stephen, I believe that's your Instagram handle right there. So for anybody who's not following Stephen, please give him a follow on Instagram. You will find pictures of those sprites, other objects that Stephen is photographing. We didn't even touch on the astrophotography you do. You are an amazing astrophotographer. So give him a follow. He's an excellent astrophotographer, researcher, dark sky advocate, real Renaissance man.
Thanks. That's a great way to put it, Joe. I've been following Hummel for a long time. we're on last name basis as he and I even. So
There you go.
we don't like other by our first names, but
just call me Hummel. Exactly.
Yeah,
That's how my friends call me. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just a great pleasure to always have you, man. You're just
Absolutely
you're enthusiastic about not only astronomy, but the advocacy side of what we do as well, because it's not always just going out for your own personal reasons to do astronomy. And you know that more than anyone, doing the amount of outreach you do at the McDonald Observatory. And how is that kind of coming back, Stephen? Are we starting to see a little bit of resurge back out there?
Yeah, we are open to the public. We have been since January, and we are doing star parties. Not the Texas Star Party, McDonald Star Party. 4 times a week. That's Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Reservations are required, and they're all sold out, I think, through July.
Oh, wow.
That doesn't have anything to do with COVID. That's just how it's always been. They always sell out months in advance.
Pent-up demand, yeah.
Yeah. And hopefully we'll return to fully normal operations later in early fall or so. And we'll have special viewing nights and things like that again. Look through the big scopes.
Just in time for the cool weather and the return of Ryan.
Yeah. All right. Well, thanks again for having me on. I appreciate the opportunity, and thanks for putting this whole event together. This has been an amazing show. I've really enjoyed seeing all the other speakers and activities you've had this program. So hats off to you. I know how much work you put in this project, and it shows. It's great.
We appreciate that, Stephen. And again, thank you for all of the things that you do and others at the McDonald Observatory to kind of help us out on the Texas Star Party side. And it's just a great kind of relationship that we have there. So really appreciate everything that you guys do. And hopefully we'll see you in person at the next Texas Star Party in 2022.
Absolutely. All right. See you next year.
Take care, Stephen. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much, brother. Awesome stuff, Joe. I don't even know. So cool, man, to have Stephen here with us. I mean, like you said, we hang out on the regular online,
right?
When doing astronomy and stuff, but it's cool to have Stephen over here to kind of talk about something a little more serious and something that, I'm learning and I need to be a little bit better, a little bit more diligent about, and I need to get in this thing and start helping. I really feel that way.
I agree, right? It's one of these things that, we complain a lot about when we're as amateur astronomers about the night sky and the deteriorating situation and conditions there. We always point to things like Starlink, hashtag blame Travis. Blame Travis. But, there are people on the forefront of this battle. And, I don't use that term lightly. It is a battle, like Stephen, like Bill Wren, like Debbie Moran, and others who are doing the lion's share of the work. And it's time for the rest of us to really step up and help them out, right? I can't remember what the percentage was, but it was something like 1% of amateur astronomers, or maybe less than 5%, roughly, are members of the International Dark Sky Association. I mean, we've got to increase that tremendously. We've got to get the resources out there to help combat the light pollution issues that we see. Otherwise, we're not going to have dark skies to be able to visit anywhere nearby. We're going to have to go to Botswana to see those dark skies. And then, the cottage industries will pop up there as well to support that, and they'll lose their dark skies, right? So
yeah, that's how it goes, right?
Yeah. So like Stephen said, start with yourself. If there's something that we can do, whether it's turning off the lights at night, getting better lighting for our homes and things like that, just start there and then talk to people. Make sure that they're aware of what's happening. Use the resources that are on the Dark Sky Association website. Use resources that Debbie Moran has put up on her Soft Light Houston website. There are a number of resources there, and it doesn't take long to get educated on these things. Then, go out and be an advocate. Like Debbie says there, if we don't do it, it'll be twinkle, twinkle, little star. How I wonder if you are. Yes. I say, Houston calls itself Space City. Unfortunately, it's hard to see space in Space City now. We do these outreach events all the time. 4 years ago, I could see, with my 8-inch outreach telescope, the Ring Nebula, faintly from downtown Houston. I can't see it anymore, right? So, it's even things like that are making outreach hard. And if we can't do outreach, we can't inspire the next generation of folks who are going to carry that mantle forward. So, we're at a critical inflection point. We've got to do all we can to make sure we preserve the night sky. So.
Couldn't have said it better myself, Joe. That's exactly right. And I think that the only thing that you and I can do to help this whole situation, though, right now, is probably to give away 3 more prizes. How about that?
I had a feeling you were going to say that, and
did?
I was hoping you were going to say it too, because I just had that itch to give away some prizes as well. But that was just a wonderful talk by Steven, and we really appreciate everything he's doing. And again, Debbie, you've seen her comments here at the bottom. Really appreciate her as well. So, all right, we've got our last 3 door prizes for the 2021 Texas Star Party. Drum roll. You have drum set back there?
I do.
It's okay. We've got a Savani smartphone adapter. I've never seen one of these. These look absolutely amazing. Look at that.
Never used it, but it looks pretty interesting. Yeah.
It does. Yeah. So we're giving away this Savani smartphone adapter, and the winner is Stephanie Liu from Plano, Texas. We had several people from North Texas win tonight. But
Crazy.
Congratulations, Stephanie.
Yeah.
You're the winner of the smartphone adapter. Oh, look at this.
Oh, man.
The sky imaging.
I really hope this says Will Young when you pull it up, but
yeah. So when Don and Carl told us that our friends over at Software Bisque had donated a copy of the sky imaging to the Texas Star Party to be given away as a door prize, that was the one thing I said, you know what? That and the Celestron power tank. I want one of those. All the prizes are wonderful, but this one was kind of top of mind for me. So let's see who the lucky winner is for this. And it's Eric Rumps from Glendale, Arizona. This is going out of state. Eric Rumps, congratulations. You're getting the copy of the sky imaging from Software Bisque. That is not cheap software.
No, and it's great stuff. Software Bisque knows what they're doing.
Absolutely.
Yeah, they know
exactly
what they're doing.
The last door prize of the night, the Celestron Power Tank Glow 5000. The winner is... Oh, look at that. Lloyd Overcash of Spring, Texas / Fort Davis, right?
Yeah. We know that guy.
Yeah, we know Lloyd. Lloyd is the winner of the Celestron Power Tank. And look, congratulations to everybody who has won one of these prizes. 47 prizes that we've given away over the last 3 nights, Will, here. Great. Not including the T-shirts, not including anything that we've given away through trivia contests. It's really a wonderful thing. And again, thank you to all the advertisers, everybody who's given a prize to give away to one of the previous attendees at the Texas Star Party. And we hope that we can see you all again next year so that we can give away more prizes. So, but we're not done yet.
No, we're not.
We're not done yet. And I looked at the clock here. It's 9:37 p.m.
Yeah.
We passed that 9:01 mark.
I think we did.
Which is when the auction ended.
That's what I thought too. Yeah. And if I bring that up, I don't know, Joe. Let's see if I can. Maybe I should go in here and just refresh just one more time to make sure.
Look at that.
Look at that. Okay.
That is amazing.
So let's go into the X Bar first, shall we? And check that out. It looks like someone walked away with a 2-night, 3-day stay at a premium cabin at the one and only X Bar Ranch, home of the El Dorado Star Party. The winning bid was $277. I don't know. That feels like a steal of a deal, man.
Look, at $277, whoever won, I'll pay you an extra $100 on top of that. No, I don't think I can do that. But that is a hell of a deal. So congratulations to whoever won that.
Awesome.
That is awesome. You're going to absolutely enjoy it. The night sky out there is fantastic. Just being out there during the day is very therapeutic. So congratulations to the winner there.
Yeah, absolutely. Congratulations there. And then someone else is going to walk away with this one, Joe. 3-day, 2-night stay, winter weekend package at the Prude Ranch, home of the Texas Star Party. Man, our home away from home, honestly.
Home away from home, absolutely.
And
that package, that package included a horse trail ride, all the amenities at the Prude's, breakfast, everything else like that. 3 days, 2 nights, $300. That's a steal. So congratulations to the winner of that package as well. Will and I might be making road trips out to each of these places when you guys take advantage of those to sleep on the porches. So
yeah, that's what I heard. I think Joe and I agreed to split gas on the way up there. So, hey, you might have to deal with our telescopes on the field while y'all are out there. But
exactly.
I don't think they'll mind. So
yeah. Well, congratulations to those winners. We're not done giving stuff away yet. We've got our Astro Trivia contest coming up in just a little bit. But before we get to that, we've run this the last couple of nights. we have had Kelly Beatty interviewed here, and we have this recording that we wanted to share with everybody in case you haven't heard it yet. Kelly is a senior editor at Sky and Telescope magazine, and also runs all of their travel programs, and puts in a lot of work to figure out where to go to catch all of these awesome astronomical things. And like you said, a lot of it is the stuff you do when you're not doing astronomy. And Sky and Telescope just does a wonderful job with their tours. Will and I were looking at some of the things that they have coming up and thought, you know what, we've got to convince the wives to do this stuff. So.
Yeah, that's something I'm working on actively, actually, in the background. So yeah, we wanted to share this with everybody here. Our interview with Kelly Beatty with Sky and Telescope Tours. Welcome, everybody. We're here with Kelly Beatty, who is a senior editor with Sky and Telescope and the man who puts together all of the Sky and Telescope tours. Kelly, how are you?
Hey, it's great. Great to be with you.
Wonderful. We're glad to have you with us. Hey, we've heard a lot about the Sky and Telescope tours. Can you tell us a little bit about what these tours are and what goes into creating a tour?
Sure, and I'll use the one that's coming up in just on Thursday as an example. It's an annular eclipse of the sun, but the path starts in Canada and heads off, over the North Pole to Siberia. Not a lot of people are going to see it. In the Northeast, it'll be a deep partial eclipse. 2 years ago, I started planning to fly a plane into the path of the annularity so that a few dozen people with us on the plane could see it. And it's taken a long time, a lot of work, but it's coming to fruition. And we're going to be leaving from Minneapolis before dawn, fly over southern Canada, see the annular eclipse, and then set back down in Minneapolis after a flight of about 3 hours. That flight has been 2 years in the making, and that's kind of the cadence that we work on in planning the tours at Sky and Telescope. Now, there are some tours that we are doing every year, like we do an annual tour to Iceland. And in fact, the picture that you see behind me is my background. I took that picture in 2019. We had an exceptional year of auroras that year. And as you might know, we're coming up on solar maximum in just 3 or 4 years. So it should get pretty good. That's a tour that's pretty easy to set up because it's kind of plug and play. But this eclipse flight or taking people to the Yucatan Peninsula for an eclipse, or Easter Island, all of those are coming up. Those take a lot of careful coordination. We have a couple of companies that we work with that we really trust and are happy with, that provide the very best accommodations. And it's a lot of work, but it's very fulfilling.
Absolutely. Now with the pandemic, obviously having hit the entire world, and people staying away for travel for quite some time now. And, thankfully, it looks like we're starting to emerge from that a little bit. What's the demand look like for astronomy-based or space-based type of travel?
Well, like a lot of travel, I think there's plenty of pent-up demand, not only because people are tired of being locked up and they really do want to travel again, but also because a lot of people had trips planned that they ended up not going on. They didn't spend that money. And a lot of people we find on our tours are sort of, baby boomers who have lots of free time. They're still adventurous. They have a lot of disposable income. And so they're willing to go on interesting trips. And you mentioned the pandemic. Were it not for that, I would just be coming back from a 10-day tour of Italy, where we go to Galileo's birthplace and go visit the meteorite collection at the Vatican Observatory, and that's been rolled over to next year. So it's true, the pandemic really hit us hard, especially like the total solar eclipse last year in December. It's painful to even think about. But
Right.
there'll be more eclipses, right? And there are more opportunities, and so we're actually kind of front loading our tour inventory, if you will, with lots of places to go, not just for eclipses. We have tours planned for Botswana and Hawaii and Australia and Italy, I mentioned, all of which are not connected to any particular event at all. They're just wonderful places to go.
Wonderful. And for somebody who's looking to do one of these tours for the first time, what's the best bit of advice you can give to one of those first timers as they embark on one of these tours?
What we try to do, there's always an astronomical component to the tours, be it an eclipse or like the Vatican Observatory, but we're not like, it's not like a march from observatory to observatory to see everything we possibly can. People go to see eclipses often because they're in a place where they've always wanted to go. Chile in South America, or Hawaii, or there's an eclipse coming up on Easter Island, and who hasn't wanted to go to Easter Island, right? And it provides a convenient opportunity to make that dream come true. So we make it a well-rounded set of activities, not only for the diehard stargazer in the family, but maybe the spouse who may or may not be as interested, or whoever is coming along. And that way everyone has fun. The thing about eclipses in particular, solar eclipses, you're dependent on the weather. And so we want to make sure that the tour itself is very satisfying and a great experience, so that the eclipse, although the highlight of the tour, it's not a make or break situation. If we happen to get clouded out, we still have a great tour.
Excellent. Well, I know you had a question you wanted to ask as well.
Yeah, you've been to a couple of Texas Star parties, I think, right? And I was wondering, because I seem to be the guy that asks this question of all of our guests, but I'm interested in this sort of direction of thing. Like, what is one thing you took away from the Texas Star Party? I know you called it the land of large daubs.
The land of the giant daubs.
Yeah.
I mean, and why not, right? You're going to take advantage of the clarity and the utter darkness of that location. You might as well bring as much glass as you possibly can to see all the things that you've read in books, like the Herschel 500 list and things that you've never been able to see from your home because of light pollution or lack of aperture or whatever it might be. And here it's like the mecca of big telescopes and dark skies. And so I have not been to TSP in a number of years. I am itching to get back.
We hope there soon, man. We're hoping to all go back too. With the whole last couple of years having to cancel, of course, it's not been that fun. And so hopefully you can join us out there. Maybe have a Sky and Telescope tour, bring some people to Texas Star Party, and then we can all just have a good time out there. That'd be pretty cool.
Interesting you should mention that, because of course we have a tour to Texas for the eclipse in 2024. And we thought about making our way out to McDonald Observatory in Fort Davis, and we're still working on that possibility. We'll be there and you won't, because you'll be in the path of the eclipse somewhere.
Yep. Excellent. Last question I've got for you, Kelly. You've obviously traveled the world to observe a lot of these wonderful astronomical phenomena, and had an opportunity to see a lot of the sites and whatnot. Is there something that's still on your bucket list that you would like to do that you haven't done yet?
In terms of visiting places in the world and with an astronomy band?
Yes.
It's coming up this December. Sky and Telescope has a tour to see a total solar eclipse. The only places you can see it are Antarctica.
Wow.
It's too cold, I'm sorry. And out in the middle of the ocean. And so I'm going to be on a cruise ship that, as you know, it's summer in the Southern Hemisphere, December is. And so there are a lot of cruise ships, and this particular cruise, as many will get to set foot on Antarctica. I get to play with the penguins, and that is definitely on my bucket list and my wife. She would not be denied. She is definitely coming along, and we're really looking forward to that one.
Cool. Wow. Excellent. All right. And for anybody who wants to get more information about these tours, where can they go?
Just our Sky and Telescope website, skyandtelescope.org. And there's a nav button on the homepage, big one that says tours, and just click. We've got 10 active tours right now, with 2 more that I'm about to load that I can't tell you about. But
okay,
it's a great selection, and I encourage people to have a look. And if they have questions, fire off a message to me, kbd@skyandtelescope.org, and I will happily get back to you.
Excellent. And they can follow you online. You've got a podcast as well that people can subscribe to.
I do. It's a once a month podcast, basically for beginners, for people who are just getting an understanding of the sky. It's like 12 minutes long, no equipment required. Just, as I say, just bring your curiosity at my podcast, and I'll show you the night sky. Excellent. Well, Kelly, we really appreciate everything that you're doing. Can't wait to participate in our first Sky and Telescope tour. That's something that I was hoping to do this past year in Chile, but
Obviously wasn't able to do that because of COVID, but we look forward to all the wonderful things that you and your team are putting together. So thank you very much for joining us today.
It's my great pleasure, guys. Thanks so much for having me.
Absolutely. Take care.
Take
Bye.
care.
All right, and we are back, everybody. We have a lot more show coming. I mean, not a lot, but we have some. This is like the cherry on top for all the stuff. It's all come to this moment, Joe, where everyone's trivia skills will be put on display for all the world to see. Right?
That's right. So we've done this trivia contest now going on the third night. The last 2 nights were just absolutely fantastic fun. We had a great time with it. And learned a little too, right? That's part of what we do at TSP. We have fun, we learn a little bit, and we hope we capture that with and we give away stuff. That's what we're doing here. So yeah, let's get right into the trivia contest if you're good with that.
Yeah, and also, do we want to mention really quick? We're going to throw another virtual T-shirt into the crowd in a little bit, and I think maybe should I show it, Joe? Should I let the cat out?
I don't know. Do they deserve it? Yeah, they deserve it.
They've been here for 3.5 hours with us, so I guess they deserve a T-shirt. So I think y'all know what to do. If you've ever been to the Prude Ranch and you've ever driven out to the gate, either leaving the Star Party, going into Fort Davis to get a bite to eat or something like that, going to Porter's to get something, some more drinks for your ice chest, you've seen this statement on the outside. I'm sorry, on the inside wall facing on your way out of the Prude Ranch.
Right.
It doesn't have the hashtag in front of it because I don't think those were invented in those days.
Not in 1897.
But it does have Vaya con Dios on the gate, which means so long, friend, in no less terms. But we want you to type in hashtag Vaya con Dios if you want one of these amazing T-shirts. And maybe Joe, maybe I can add Don's screen here. There we go.
Let's do that.
If y'all do want to order a shirt, maybe you didn't win one tonight or any of the other nights and you want one for the family or yourself or whatever, you're going to want to go to texasstarparty.org, and on there you'll find on the second banner up top is the T-shirt online store sign-up sheet. You can get that and get in your info, your size, and all that. And a T-shirt will magically arrive at your house in not too long of a time period.
It's amazing how that works, right?
It's weird. It's like some sort of magic. But
I don't
understand it.
Like I said, the summer fashion scene is gonna be nothing without these shirts. So get yours while you can. These things are gonna fly off the shelves. Like I said, Paris, Milan, New York. They're everywhere when it comes to fashion. So make sure you get your Texas Star Party shirt for 2021 and be the envy of everybody as you walk outside.
And look, all the comments are coming in with the Vaya con Dios.
That's it. Yeah, this is your last chance to win one of these things. Otherwise, you've got to buy one. We've got plenty to sell. We want you to buy one as well, but we want to give one away in addition. So Will, let's jump into trivia if you're ready for it.
I am ready for some. I cannot wait to see what Don has in store for us. And these rocking out aliens are
That's right. They're those might be the folks over in Marfa that, or maybe it's Stephen O'Meara and his buddies with green lasers, right?
Yeah, maybe.
So let me go ahead and make this big for everybody. We are going to jump right into this. We're going to get into the rules real quick so everybody knows what's going on, and we're going to have some fun. So as we mentioned earlier, here are the rules. When you log into Menti, use your real name so that we can verify who you are if you win. Don't use nicknames. It wants to give you a nickname as soon as you jump in. Cancel that out, put your real name in, and then click join quiz. Don't just hit join quiz and jump in because we're not going to be able to know who horseshoe is, or baseball or whatever it is that they assign you. Each question, you're going to have 20 seconds to answer. And the thing with it is you're going to get points if you answer it correctly. You're not going to get points if you miss the question. However, the faster you answer the question, the more points you're going to get. It's a scale of, I think, 0 to 1,000. So if you answer it really quickly, you're going to get close to 1,000 points. If you take a little longer, you're getting closer to, using all 20 seconds there, you're going to lose more points. So the faster you answer, the more points you're going to get. And what we're going to do is give away 3 prizes. Will, should I show them the prizes real quick?
I think maybe it'll be a nice incentive.
Let me switch over here if you don't mind.
Get your names in there, guys. Get it done, because we want y'all to play. We want to see a record number of participants playing for these prizes, because look at that.
Yeah.
A drawn power tank. This is a lithium-ion battery in a bottle, guys.
It is, a power tank. It's not huge in form factor, but this thing will keep you going for days.
Yes.
And God, man, I wish I could jump into this game here.
I know.
Just to win this thing. Not that I would win it. There are a lot of smart people that are playing as well, but that is a nice prize. So first place winner of the trivia contest gets the Celestron Power Tank Lithium. The second place winner gets a $50 Amazon gift card from the Houston Astronomical Society.
Yeah.
And third place gets a t-shirt and hat combo from our friends over at Infinities. They make some really cool t-shirts and hats and other apparel as well. So the third place winner is going to come away with something that's really cool. A shirt that not quite as cool as the Texas Star Party shirt, but it comes close.
Yeah,
they're really close.
Different vibe. Dirk does an amazing job.
He does. He really does.
I really like hanging out with him too, because you can just go by his booth and he's always got everything so tidy. And he's just such a chill guy, such a cool guy to talk to. He loves astronomy, and you can tell because he puts that love into his artwork. He does the artwork himself. And
he really does.
He does everything himself. It's truly a homebrew business. And Infinities is somebody that we love to work with. And just amazing stuff. But Mentimeter.com is the place you want to go. And I think we even have a QR code for that, Joe. Do we?
Yeah, we do. Let's get to it. So 2 ways to join the trivia contest here tonight. You can either open up your smart device, your laptop, whatever you want to use. Go to www.menti.com, MENTI, and use the code 64821692. Again, that's 64821692. Or you can use the QR code here. Most modern smart devices allow you to open up your camera app, scan that QR code. It'll take you right there, and you'll be able to join in the fun. So I see a lot of people jumping in right now. We're going to give everybody a minute or two to jump in. And Will, I figured, if there are any comments that we can flash up right now, just to give people some time to jump into the trivia contest here, let's go ahead and do that.
Yeah, we have a lot of Vaya con Dios in there again. And if you want a t-shirt after the trivia, we're going to draw one of y'all lucky winners. All you have to do is do what Bob Snyder did. It's super simple. Hashtag Vaya con Dios.
Yeah, Bob, that wasn't too tough, was it?
I don't think so.
Yeah, hopefully it was. And hopefully Bob will comment here in just a minute and let us know just how tough it was. Shouldn't be too tough.
Well, he tried earlier, it looks like, and he missed a little.
Oh, Bob, I'm so sorry.
But he did.
But he came back, he came correct.
Yeah, sorry, Bob. I had to use you as an example, my brother. Bob is one of my good buddies from out on the observing field. He's a cool dude, and so super cool to have him here with us. And he knows how to laugh. He knows. He said it was hard for me. I got via.
So it has to be in exactly the way that Will showed it earlier. Hashtag Vaya con Dios, all one word, and that'll get you entered into the prize giveaway for that last t-shirt. So last one. And there's the last one.
And it's the last one we're going to give away. And again, y'all can, while we're getting set up for the Minty stuff and y'all are getting your codes in for the Minty. Again, I put the code in the chat. So all you got to do is go to mentimeter.com and type that code in, and you're in the room with us. But last call for t-shirts. I think we're going to be selling these for a little while after the event.
We will.
But don't wait. Don't sleep on this and then wake up next week and go, oh, you know what? I need that t-shirt. Because you never know when this kind of limited kind of thing is going to stop. So just make sure you secure your t-shirt early. You want to do that at the regular Star Party too, when we're actually
right.
Because one year I didn't do it and I didn't get a t-shirt. I had to have one mailed to me, which was sad, but it was great. I got one. And because if you didn't get the t-shirt, Joe, you didn't go.
Yeah, that's it. It's that whole FOMO thing, right? Fear of missing out. So, make sure you get your T-shirts in. We've got a few more people trickling into the quiz here. We're going to give you another 10 seconds or so to jump in, and then we're going to jump right into the quiz.
One last call for Mentimeter trivia. So,
all right. Well, I think we're going to go ahead and advance to the next screen. Again, remember everybody, 10 questions, 20 seconds to answer each question. Answer it right, you get points. You don't answer it correctly, you don't get points. The faster you answer, you get more points. And Will, I think we've seen this a lot over the last couple of days. Somebody might be in the lead there, but then all of a sudden they lose it. They miss a question and somebody else jumps in. So just because you see somebody with what appears to be a large lead, these things change quickly. I saw Elsa said she couldn't jump in. We've got a number of people in. Try to give it another shot, Celsa. We'll give you another 10, 15 seconds to jump in.
Yeah, definitely. We want to let everybody have a fair chance here. And I saw Christopher said his iPhone won't let him do it. Sometimes when you're watching, a live stream like this, and then you're trying to do another thing on the cell phone or whatever, sometimes the smartphones can get kind of dumb. So hopefully y'all can find a laptop or a desktop web browser that allow you to go to menti.com and use that code 64821692. It's in all the chats, all the different places have it.
Yeah.
It seems like we got a couple of people not being able to join, but then we've got 33 people in, so I'm not sure.
Yeah, if you can't use the QR code, try the code. If you can't use the code, try the QR code. Let's do it that way. So whatever doesn't seem to be working, we'll try the other way.
Yeah.
All right, we see people starting to come in. I've been there, and again, we're going to give just another 10 seconds or so for other people to try to jump in. We see more people coming in. Oh, look at that. They are coming in. So things seem to be working okay. All right. Here we go. Question number 1. What was the common name of the comet that was visible to the naked eye in July of 2020? Was it Comet Neowise, Halley's Comet, Comet Kohoutek, or Hale-Bopp?
Ooh.
This was a fun comet to watch. Yeah. What's that, Will?
I have a picture of this one.
Yeah. I do too.
Not a great one, but it's a picture.
It's a picture. 3 seconds left. Time is up. All right, 25 people got it correct. Comet Neowise was the name of the common name of the comet that was visible to the naked eye in July 2020. So Comet Neowise is more formally known as C/2020 F3 Neowise, and that was a picture of it, although I didn't get anything that closely resembled that at all. So
no, that's amazing.
All right, let's see who's in the lead here. Look at Israel. Israel, who won yesterday's contest, was the fastest for the first question, and it's pretty close from the get-go. Mike Napper and Debbie Moran rounding out the top 3.
Right.
All right, let's go to question number 2. Capella, the 6th brightest star in the night sky, is located in this constellation. Is it Orion, Eridanus, Ursa Major, or Auriga?
Choices, Joe.
I know. At first I saw Orion and I thought it said onion.
Onion. The onion constellation.
The onion, yes. You got to peel the layers back.
They make you cry.
All right, 19 people got it correct. Auriga is the constellation that Capella is in.
There it is.
Yeah, Capella located in the constellation Auriga, the brightest star in the constellation Auriga.
Beautiful star.
All right, let's see where things are. Who was the fastest here?
Oh.
Tom Weidman was the fastest. And that vaulted him into 3rd place. And Debbie Moran is now the new leader. All right, this is interesting so far. And I see Matt Delavoye is coming in the top 5.
Yeah.
Matt, by the way, you got a mention from Stephen O'Meara the other day, so hopefully you got a chance to watch that interview.
Absolutely.
All right, question 3. Here we go. Answer fast to get more points. Which 2 planets had a very close conjunction on December 21st, 2020? Was it Jupiter and Mars, Saturn and Venus, Saturn and Jupiter, Jupiter and Pluto, or Mars and Venus? This one was a pretty spectacular event, and then a lot of people, even those non-astronomers that I know, observed this.
So cool. I'm so glad we got to see it.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, most of the people got it. It was Saturn and Jupiter. There was a very close conjunction between those two planets on December 21, 2020. As a matter of fact, there were less than 0.1 arc minutes apart on that particular night. It was a beautiful sight indeed.
Very beautiful.
All right, let's check out the leaderboard. Oh, a little bit of a flip. Mike Napper was the fastest, and that catapults him up to the top. Matt Delavorius comes in second. Stephen Winter third. Debbie Moran in fourth place. All right, let's keep it going here.
Wow.
Question 4. Who's credited with the first recorded observation of M1? Hint, it wasn't Charles Messier. The Lord Ross with his Leviathan telescope, John Herschel, or Chinese astronomers?
Ooh, I see what Don did here.
Sneaky devil, Don.
Nice. He's in the background laughing. See it.
Time is up. All right.
Yes.
He was able to get a few people, but not everybody there. So indeed, Chinese astronomers did note a bright guest star in the year 1054, and that guest star, which was visible during the daytime, is the star that exploded and left us with the remnant that became known as M1. So nice tricky question there, Don. Let's see what that did to our leaderboard.
Change things up here.
Debbie Moran back in the lead by 13 points. And over David Rivenberg. And David's, you got Mike Napper close on your tail, the top 3 there. Look at others coming in. Celsa, very strong showing.
Yeah. Awesome.
Got to see she was able to get into the quiz as well.
Definitely.
All right, question 5. This is once we get through this, it'll be the halfway mark. Based on the tilt of its north pole relative to Earth, this planet has the most extreme obliquity, also known as axial tilt in the solar system. Is it Venus, Uranus, Neptune, Mars, or Saturn?
Ooh.
It's a tough question. 5 seconds left. Yeah.
This is a tough one.
Time is up.
Wow.
Oh, look at that. It's actually Venus. And a lot of people missed this one, but we'll explain why. Venus nearly spins on its head. When you look at Venus's spin relative to the other planets, it spins the other way. And so looking at the diagram there, it's at 177 degrees. A lot of people select Uranus because it's on its side and think that's it, but it's indeed Venus. I have a feeling this completely wrecked the leaderboard here.
I agree with you.
Look at Joe Dellinger and Ken Francis coming in. Oh, that's the catapult Stephen Winter and Kent to the top. Debbie Moran holding on to 3rd place. Joe Dellinger was the fastest, and that puts him back into contention here. Awesome. All right, we're halfway through, so we're getting to the second half now. Question 6 of 10. Scientists were able to image a black hole for the first time in which galaxy?
Oh.
The Andromeda Galaxy, Virgo A, M87, Milky Way Galaxy, or the Triangulum Galaxy, M33?
So many galaxies.
I know. It's almost like there's a universe full of them.
I would imagine.
3 seconds to get your answers in, everyone. And time is up. And most people got this one correct as well. It is indeed Virgo A. So you can see that picture of Virgo A, their massive galaxy, and in Virgo, of course. And you can see that blue jet coming off the side there over to the right, which is just an incredible image to be able to catch. And if you could see it in the telescope, even more incredible.
I've seen that in Larry Mitchell's 36-inch telescope. Yes, I have.
Yeah. All right, let's see the leaderboard. Again, these questions are a little tough. It's changing kind of the face of this contest here. Oh, Stephen Winter holds on to 1st place. Kent Francis in 2nd. Mike Napper 3rd. So, all right, this is getting interesting. Tom Weidman was the fastest with that question.
Oh, Tom.
Question 7 of 10. This globular cluster contains more stars than any other in the Milky Way galaxy. Which globular cluster has the most stars? Is it Omega Centauri, the Great Hercules cluster, M13, 47 Tucanae, or M2?
That is, man, wow. Do we start counting now or later is the question.
Time's up, everybody. And yeah, most of the people got this one right. Omega Centauri. Omega Centauri contains an estimated 10 million stars. And Will, you and I had the opportunity to observe it when we were at the X-Bar Ranch a month and a half ago or so.
Oh, yeah.
And it just never gets old. And it's a favorite thing. It's the first thing I always observe out on the field at the Texas Star Party as well.
Yes, sir.
All right, let's see what's going on here with the leaderboard. Oh, Steven slipped here.
Ooh.
What does that do? Oh, Kent Francis bolts into the lead.
Yeah,
Kent Francis coming in strong. That's a pretty strong lead here. Mike Napper second, Israel Monteroso, in third place. So Kent holding on to that strong lead. Anything can happen. So if Kent misses a question, it opens the door for anybody else to jump in and take the lead.
Debbie was our fastest answer there too, Joe.
Yeah, Debbie was, absolutely. He's coming on strong towards the end here. All right, question number 8. This astronomer doubled the size of the universe in 1952. Was it Walter Baade, Fritz Zwicky, or Harlow Shapley?
Single-handedly doubled it with one swipe with their wrist.
Just, a snap of the fingers.
Double. 5 seconds.
2, 1.
Lift off. Oh, sorry.
Time is up. Harlow Shapley? No, it was Walter Baade.
Oh, this is going to change things, Joe.
Yes, Walter Baade, 1893 to 1960, improved Cepheid variable brightnesses and corrected Hubble's constant. So that was a tough question by Don there. And I know a lot of people are cursing Don right now because of that question. Send all complaints to BGSP at question 9. All right, we're not showing the leaderboard right now. This cluster is the nearest open cluster to Earth. Is it the Coma Star Cluster, the Hyades, the Butterfly Cluster, Trapezium, or the Wild Duck Cluster?
I see those answers, Joe. Not off the top of my head, I don't.
Yeah, I do, just because I came up with this question. So.
How dare you?
It'll surprise you when you hear it.
Oh, what?
It is the Hyades. It is the closest open cluster to the Earth. So the Hyades, located in Taurus, approximately 153 light years from the Earth, and a beautiful open cluster. A lot of people think it's the Pleiades. It's indeed the Hyades, which is the closest open cluster.
Awesome. Wow. Learn something new every day.
Yeah, that's what we're here, right? We're all learning. Last question. This is your last chance to answer quickly and hopefully come from behind and win, or if you're in first place right now, to hold on to that lead and bring home that prize.
Sure.
This amateur astronomer used his newfangled spectroscope to observe the Cat's Eye Nebula and ushered in the new astronomy. Was it John Herschel, E.E. Barnard, William Huggin, or James Bradley?
I have a knee-jerk reaction answer to this one, but I bet I'm wrong.
Yeah, I would get this wrong too. So.
I know I just got it wrong, so I reread the question. So unfortunately.
Most people selected E.E. Barnard. No, it was actually William Huggins.
And that's what I would have said too. E.E. Barnard.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. William Huggins, 1824 to 1910, became the most decorated astronomer since William Herschel.
Wow.
And the winners are...
Winner, calm down. That's what this guy's saying.
We'll actually announce the winners in just a minute.
Because we can't just do that right away, right?
No, not. I know a lot of people are hissing and moaning at us right now, but Will, let's give away a t-shirt.
We should do that. I mean, we've had the hashtag Vaya con Dios on the screen for far too long.
Yes.
And I'll put it up there one more time. So if you're not entered, then you can't get the free t-shirt. And we'll give it just a few more seconds, Joe, I think.
Yeah.
And throw that t-shirt someone's direction. Again, if you win the t-shirt tonight, you're going to want to, where's the email? There it is. You're going to throw an email to vtsp@texasstarparty.org with your t-shirt size, and our friend Don will throw a t-shirt at you.
Throw a t-shirt with this virtual t-shirt cannon. Again, got a few more seconds to get that hashtag in. Whatever platform you're on, whether it's on YouTube or Facebook, watching either through Explore Scientific, Deep Sky Dude, Sky and Telescope, wherever it may be, Houston Astronomical Society, get those entries in because we're about to start the drawing.
Yeah, we're going to tumble them all around and shake them up, and then someone's going to come out the winner. I wonder who it will be, Joe.
Oh, somebody just got in at the last second, so we're going to go ahead and draw. Ready? 3, 2, 1. The tension is just
palpable.
Martin Eastburn is the winner of the t-shirt. Congratulations, Martin. You are amongst the very few right now who are in this elite club of Texas Star Party 2021 t-shirt winners and owners. So congratulations, Martin. Email vtsp@texasstarparty.org so we can get your size and contact information, and we'll send that t-shirt over your way.
Awesome stuff, man. Congrats. I've been seeing Martin chatting all 3 nights in our chat rooms, because we get all the comments from all the different sources all in one place.
Yeah.
So that's good to see that we had some friends win. We had some new faces win. Amazing stuff, Joe. It's a lot of fun to give stuff away, isn't it?
It really is. And just wonderful to see somebody like Martin, who's been with us for the 3 nights, get something like this. And hey, look, we love giving away other people's stuff.
We do.
But this couldn't happen without the generosity of all who have advertised and given prizes so that we can pass those over to the folks that are with us. So I think we give a little bit of time to some of those folks, our advertisers here, so we can let everybody know who's helping to support the virtual Texas Star Party this year.
Let's do it.
Ready for a new kind of telescope experience? Unlock the power of your smartphone to help you navigate the night sky. Introducing StarSense Explorer by Celestron. It's fast, easy, and accurate. In minutes, you're ready to take a guided tour of the universe. First, dock your smartphone and launch the StarSense Explorer app. Unlike other astronomy apps, StarSense Explorer aligns precisely with your telescope and uses sky recognition technology to pinpoint its exact position in the night sky. Follow the simple instructions, and in seconds, the app generates a list of all the best objects currently visible in the night sky. Select an object from the list and follow the on-screen arrows to the desired object. As you move the telescope, StarSense Explorer recalibrates its position in real time. The bullseye turns green when your object is ready to view in the eyepiece. It's that simple. StarSense Explorer works anywhere in the world. No cell signal required. So whether you're in your backyard or a remote dark sky location, the universe is yours to explore.
From the time it took Voyager to leave the Earth and reach the edge of the solar system, I went from being a baby to a high schooler to a university graduate to a worker to a business owner, and now I'm a husband, a father, a postgrad student, a science communicator, a musician, a YouTuber, and a backyard astronomer. I've been lucky to reach this point to be able to buy some of the best equipment an amateur astronomer could dream of. But there's one thing I can't afford, and that's time. Astronomy has made me a more patient person, and the constant drive to get better and collect more data to capture the wonder of the cosmos is something I have to balance with everything else in my life. So when I see a telescope with a lower F number, I know that its value to me is far greater than money alone. A telescope's value is not just the sum of its parts. It comes from how much you can get it outside and how much you can get out of it. That's why I jumped to buy the Celestron ROAC Schmidt Astrograph 11. Its 620mm focal length at f2 allows me to capture the incredible southern hemisphere nebulae, sometimes within a single night, but always with revealing depth and signal. I've been shooting the universe with the RASA 11 for years now, and it's allowed me not only the satisfaction of sharing these unique views from my end of the world, but also to detect and track asteroids, which is an area I'd love to explore further. The RASA 11 easily crosses that divide between a consumer scope and a scientific research-grade observational telescope for discovery and analysis. The real limit for the RASA 11 is really how far I'm willing to take it, and it's nice to have a telescope that I won't outgrow for a long time, because time is the only thing we don't get more of.
And we're back after that awesome commercial break. And, Celestron just has the greatest ads. I love that whole thing, man. It's just so cool.
Yeah. Celestron, wonderful advertiser here this week. Plenty of prizes. I mean, you guys have seen a lot of the trivia contest prizes and door prizes that they've given away. Celestron's been very generous, as has Explore Scientific. So wanted to give a nod to our friends over at Explore Scientific as well here.
Hey everyone, Scott Roberts and Mike Hatch here, and we're really happy to talk about something that's new at Explore Scientific. We've got observatory domes manufactured from pulsar observatories.
Right.
So that's big news for us. Tell them a little bit about the story of how we got the distributorship.
So the distributorship came from Pulsar, who Gary Walker is the founder and the owner, and Steve Collingswood is the director. And so Steve actually reached out to us, is that right?
That's right.
And started talking to us about these domes, and we were just excited right off the bat. They're beautiful, they're very well easy to assemble, and just felt that it was a great fit for the U.S.
Yeah. Now they have been shipping some of these to the United States, but they really did need a distributorship and a place where any kind of customer service issues might be able to be handled here in this time zone. So, but the domes are pretty much, they're so rugged that they're trouble-free, and you're going to find out that they're a beautiful addition to if you put them in your backyard, you put them out on the observatory field wherever you are. Not only are they going to look great, but they're going to perform great. The domes have electronics that are functional with Bluetooth and ASCOM, so that you can get full robotic remote control with these observatories. If you need more information about them, you can call us at 866-252-3811. And you can visit our website at explorescientific.com and chat with us live. Thanks, and keep looking up.
And we've got one more spot from Explore Scientific really quick before we show the winners of the trivia contest. So bear with us just one more moment, and we'll get to those winners here in a sec.
Hey, everybody. This is Scott Roberts and Kent Martz here, and we're here to talk about the Explore Alliance. The Explore Alliance is Explore Scientific's way of formalizing all of our outreach, our training, our events that we do, door prizes that we give away, and all the rest of it. It is a membership program, and we have a couple of different levels. One of them is free, okay, and the other one is our platinum membership, which costs $100, but here's the deal. We're going to give you back that $100 in a gift certificate. So if you're buying something from Explore Scientific, costs more than $100, this is a no-brainer. You got to go ahead and join up with the Platinum membership because there are major advantages to this. Lots of benefits, including our extended care program and advanced product replacement. You'll want to join, and join today.
To access these member benefits, just go to explorescientific.com and select Alliance Plus to choose your membership, either a Platinum or a Legacy.
Awesome stuff there.
Yeah, man, that's a cool program, and they give you the money back when you join. It's like it is a no-brainer, like Scott.
Right.
I mean, do it.
There's no reason not to. But again, we're really grateful to everything that Scott and team at Explore Scientific have done to help support us, allowing us to stream on their platform here, and everything else that they've done. I really appreciate that, Scott, and the rest of the team at Explore Scientific. But I think everybody is tired of listening to us, Will.
Yeah, probably at this point. I mean,
I think they want to. Yeah, they want to get to some winners, right?
Yeah, let's do it.
You guys ready for some winners?
I hear.
Yeah. I can't hear you. Look at this. Debbie Moran coming in strong there. Ken Francis is the winner. He held on. Awesome stuff there. Ken, congratulations. You are the winner of the Celestron Power Tank Lithium. And Mike Napper finished in second place. Strong showing, Mike. You've gotten the $50 gift card from the Houston Astronomical Society. And Cameron Gillis, a strong showing there in third place. You are the winner of the Infinities t-shirt and hat combo. And our friend Debbie Moran, who was the fastest at that last question, finished in fourth place. And Israel Monteroso, the winner from yesterday, finished in fifth. So really appreciate everybody joining in on this contest. I think it's a lot of fun. Really like asking these questions, see what the answers are. It just makes this event even that much better. So, Will, what do you think?
I think that's awesome, man. I think the only thing I was sad about is I couldn't participate, and I'm glad because Ron's question was pretty tough there. So that was fun.
Yeah, absolutely. So for those people who won, let's show them where they can send their email or where they can email us to get their information. Pull that up.
That's the one.
You got that? There you go.
Yep, there we go. VTSP at TexasStarParty.org. It all right.
There you go.
It all right.
So yeah, to all the winners, congratulations. Send your emails there. We'll make sure to get your contact information so we can get those prizes over to you. And again, congratulations. And congratulations to everybody who won. And for those who maybe didn't walk away with a prize this time, look, I never win anything at the Texas Star Party like that. I still had a heck of a time, and I'm hoping that you did too.
Well, Joe, you did win something one day at the Texas Star Party, and I wanted to mention this eons ago when we started this, but you're an Omega Centauri Award recipient, my brother. That's a pretty incredible honor to be bestowed with, and I was there for that. So it was an honor to watch you get that award, and it's worthy of mention, I think.
I appreciate that, and no, it was certainly an honor, and it just sideswiped me when I won it, and to hear people like Stephen J. O'Meara and John Dobson being previous winners, Debbie Moran, previous winners of this award, it's pretty humbling. So I appreciate that mention, Will, and as always, I enjoy doing this stuff with you. You do a ton of outreach. I wouldn't be surprised to see you as an Omega Centauri winner one day as well. So, yeah.
No.
But we'll get to some of the comments if we can here. Look, I think it was a fantastic 3-day event. Tonight's speakers were just absolutely wonderful. Any time we get a chance to hear from David Levy, it's like hearing a rock star, right? A rock star that waxes poetic.
Yeah. Yeah.
But, as a guy who, you and I have talked about this, we looked up to David Levy so often, and to have the opportunity to talk to him like this, just crazy. A couple guys who just love astronomy like you and I, to get a chance to talk to people who are going to be in the history books is incredible.
Who let us do this? Like, who in the world put us at the driver's seat? I think should we bring Don on?
Let's bring Don on. Let's bring him on.
As a way to cap the evening, I think we should bring in Mr. Don Sully. There he is. There's the guy you're going to send all your hate mail. The questions were too hard. You're on mute there, Don. Let's hear your voice there.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate it. I knew you'd do a great job, and always best in the background. Trust me. The beauty of this whole thing is that I just managed to find the resources and got Will and Joe what they needed and turned them loose, and I think they did an awesome job. The only question I have to ask is whether Carl Baltz is going to pay for security for me for these terrible trivia questions.
That's a good question, Don, because he is head of security, and
yes, that is true.
You might need an entourage just to get around the Prude Ranch next year, because I bet you there's going to be some people that are going to seek you out and try to say, "Hey, why did you change the order of Jupiter and Saturn conjunction to Saturn and Jupiter?" That was very tricky.
Just trying to be sneaky. Anyway, I really want to thank you both, and I want to thank the folks who are behind the scenes on this: Chris Ober, Carl Baltz, Rick Kirchhoff, everybody on the TSP operations committee, and Will and Joe. You just made it all look so effortless. I think it was wonderful. Thank you so much, guys.
Yeah, you made it a blast for us. You really paved the way for it to be really simple. Will and I just show up. They put a little makeup on us. And,
yeah.
Yeah, my makeup.
That's the problem. You can't put enough makeup on me.
You've got a natural beauty to you, Don. But
there you go.
You did a great job.
A natural glow. It's like an emission nebula, right? There you go.
You know what that glow is?
There you go.
That glow is the happiness, the elation that he has for stumping some people out there. That's
absolutely. I live for that. I'll tell you.
Hey, they're tough questions, but they're fair. So really appreciate everything you did again, Don, to help put this together.
Yeah, and Dean says, I'm watching this one again. I don't blame you. That's pretty awesome. Wash your hands is another comment that comes up. Wash the hands. Just wash them.
Wash.
That's important. And Courtney says, see y'all at TSP 2022. That is an absolute surety. We've been scrolling the star parties of our friends and colleagues of their star parties as well down below. You can always get those. And again, the dates for the Texas Star Party, Joe, April 24th through May 1st.
I am chomping at the bit. I can't wait. Just like everybody else, I was a little disappointed when we couldn't get together this year, but totally makes sense. I totally get it. It's for the best interest and the safety of everybody involved. But it looks like things are starting to get better, and just keeping my fingers crossed that everything goes according to plan and we can be together next year.
Yeah, and Courtney brings up a good point. Make sure where we can find y'all. You can find Joe at, there it is right there below his name, The Astro Joe. You're on Instagram, you're on Facebook, you're on all these social media platforms. They got these.
Yeah. I'm just taking the lead from you, Will. At Deep Sky Dude over there. If you are not following Will at Deep Sky Dude, give him a follow. Lots of cool photos, lots of cool videos. The guy lives the life I wish I could live. He's all over the place watching rocket launches, capturing sprites with night vision, things like that. But, primarily Facebook, Instagram, and, all the other social medias as well. Lots of cool content out there, Will. Give him a follow if you're not already.
That means a lot coming from you, Joe, because you're a seasoned observer, and it's always a pleasure to go out and observe with my friends. I can't wait to be out. I think at Okie-Tex maybe is the next one with Don and Joe and the rest of the crew. We'll all be out there.
Probably bringing beers.
Probably sharing stories and maybe throwing brownies at each other. A brownie flies across the field in the middle of the night.
I have never met a brownie I didn't like.
There you go.
And a lot of people are asking that if we're going to stream it next year. We have no idea, y'all. This was never in the cards. This was a fly-by-night operation that we threw together for y'all. And I mean, we had a great time.
We really did.
Had a super fun time putting this together. And it's been a lot of long meetings and a lot of technical issues and stuff, but we got through it all and we did it. And we had a laugh or two as well. I think maybe a few laughs.
And again, for people like us, some dreams come true. It's like, oh, we're going to interview Stephen J. O'Meara. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. What?
When?
What now?
What do I say? What do I do? No, it's just absolutely fantastic. And Don, I mean, you put together a wonderful program for this year, and I just have to thank everybody who joined us tonight. David Levy, Stephen Hummel, our good friend. Even though we talk to him often, it's always a pleasure to hear him, and for others to get the opportunity to hear him who may not have heard him before. Last night we had the legendary Stephen J. O'Meara, and got a chance to hear what he's doing down in Botswana. And then Dr. Carl Gebhardt, like I said, I heard him speak before, was just absolutely fascinated by the way he's able to approach these complicated topics and subjects and simplify them for common people like us. But Dr. Gebhardt is doing amazing work at the Hobby Eberly telescope and the experiments that they're doing down there. I can't wait to see what comes out of that. And on opening night, the one and only Mr. Larry Mitchell joining us. The man who puts together the advanced observing program year after year. The guy discovered a supernova, and just no big deal. Discovered a supernova, right?
That shouldn't be there, is what he said when he looked at a galaxy. He's like, that's not supposed to be there, and he was right.
Yeah, and Larry is always up the upper field with his 36-inch telescope, but is always approachable. You can walk up to him. Hey, can I take a look, see what you're doing? And he's more than willing to let you walk up that really tall ladder in pure darkness to take a look. But Larry is a scholar and a gentleman, and we really appreciate everything that he's done for Texas Star Party and for our efforts here to put this together for everybody. And the Fort Bend Astronomy Club. We can't finish this off without giving them a huge thank you.
Absolutely. They turned lemons into lemonade for us, when the weather got bad, and they did a great job.
They certainly did.
Yeah.
Yeah. So thanks to Tony Weesey, the rest of the folks who joined us, Jeff Lepp, I'm going to forget everybody.
Joel Brewer, Sonny Manley.
And there's one more I'm missing, right?
Yeah, maybe there is. I'm not sure.
Oh gosh, I knew I would do this. But to the folks with Fort Bend and the Fort Bend Astronomy Club, we really thank you for everything that you guys did to help bring this together as well. It was a wonderful event. We all learned quite a bit from that presentation. So
we did, and thank you.
I think. Oh, go ahead. Sorry, I was going to say I think the common denominator of everybody that was on this event was that they knew about TSP. They love TSP. They stepped up and helped us out, and I really appreciate all the speakers, all the people that helped us. And Will and Joe, you did a great job.
Thank you, Don. Really appreciate that. And Will, I think you were going to say something about our advertisers and partners.
We have to thank our advertisers,
yes.
Sky and Telescope, the one and only. We got a chance to work with them on their platforms. What a dream come true. We got to interview David Levy and work with Sky and Tel and all this stuff. Just ridiculousness.
Yes.
And Explore Scientific, thank you guys so much for everything y'all do for the community. They're really not just a company that sells telescopes. They really do care about us as amateur astronomers. Software Bisque, thank you for the awesome prizes that you guys were able to get it to us, and the wonderful work that they do with the mounts and the software. Bisque and all that stuff. Bisque is delicious, and
it is.
It's amazing.
It starts with the roux, though.
That's right. You got it right. Land, Sea, and Sky, thank you guys so much. Great story in Houston. If you're in the Houston area and if you haven't visited Land, Sea, and Sky, get out there and visit Land, Sea, and Sky. They're super awesome people.
And even if you're not in Houston, they have an online store as well, so you could shop for them. We always advocate for shopping local where we can.
That's right.
Shopping with those organizations like Explore Scientific, who really help promote amateur astronomy.
Yeah, and we got Star Guy, Vixen Optics. Oh, I'm sorry, I pushed the button when someone else did. Star Guy, Vixen Optics, and what was the other one? It was
Bought it, I believe.
Yeah, it's hard to read because it's so small.
Burlbach.
Burlbach. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Burlbach.
Yeah.
I had to lean in there. Burlbach.
So many names that we'll butcher them all. I promise. Joe and I are great at butchering names. That's the way we go.
Right.
AstroZap as well. Thank you, AstroZap, for your participation. Celestron. Everybody, it's a household name. I mean, everybody
doesn't own a Celestron item, right? I've got 3 Celestron telescopes right now, just downstairs from me. So.
Yeah, I've got at least 2 or 3, probably 10 items total.
Yes. Eyepieces, NextYZ, they put out some really great products, and really appreciate everything that they did to make sure that we got prizes in the hands of the observers and viewers over the 3 days here.
That's right. Infinities, I think we can't leave them out. Dirk over there making awesome t-shirts and really helping make Go to Star Parties awesome with the vendor aspect. So Dirk, thank you for your help and thank you for hanging with us.
Yes.
Well. SV Bonnie, Svabani, thank you for your prize donations as well. Awesome stuff. X Bar Ranch, how could we forget the beautiful, luscious X Bar Ranch? It's a paradise, guys. Look into it and come out there and hang out with us. You might catch us. You never know. When it's new moon, we're probably out there. Who knows?
Right.
Hubble Optics is another one that we should thank. And we shouldn't forget to also thank Hubble Optics for their great participation here. Thank you, Hubble Optics, but also the Prude Ranch as well for their prize that they donated or that the auction that we had as well. And I think that's the vast majority of them, Joe, unless I forgot someone. I don't know.
Yeah, no, Houston Astronomical Society, really appreciate them for donating prizes as well. And I know we're forgetting folks. The Texas Star Party was also instrumental in getting prizes in the hands of folks. So really a big team effort to bring this all together. Look, you and I talked about this the other day to a person when we interviewed folks like Stephen O'Meara, Larry Mitchell, Kelly Beatty, right? Folks like that. The word that came up time and time again was camaraderie. And we can talk about how dark the skies are there in West Texas. We can talk about the land of the giant Dobbs and things like that. But it really is about the camaraderie. And that's one of the things that, we all sorely miss. And hopefully we brought a little bit of that to this live stream over the last 3 days. So I certainly miss it. But being here with you guys, it helps bring a lot of that back. Getting a chance to talk to folks online certainly does bring back that sense of camaraderie. And seeing people chime in the comments, that helped bring it back too. So I can't wait to put some faces or faces or physical faces to the names, the Facebook names that we're seeing or YouTube names down in the comment section next year. And hope to see a lot of the folks that have participated online with us here in person next year.
Absolutely. And Joe, great job hosting the event, keeping the program going. Joe was our main button pusher guy.
I'm good at pushing buttons, right?
He did a great job. Guys, none of us are pros at putting a show together. Joe and I have done shows in the past, but this is Don's first time organizing, being an executive.
Absolutely first time. And I have to say, all of the glitches were my fault. Okay. You guys are awesome.
Yeah. And last but not least, Will, you make it seem like this is just second nature to you. So you're able to just jump in, lead, and put together a really entertaining show. Like I said, you are a lot of the times the glue that makes this the really fun event that happens. So I certainly enjoyed working alongside you like I always do. This is always a fun time. Anytime we get the opportunity to live stream and be in front of a bunch of people, like we said, that's just amazing. People will want to get on and listen to a couple guys like us just riff about astronomy. But I see why whenever I see you on screen, and certainly understand why people want to listen to you. So appreciate everything that you did these last 3 days as well.
Thank you, brother. And I appreciate you guys, of course, because none of us could have done this alone. It took a team effort. And it was just a lot of fun, man. I had a lot of fun doing this. And I hope that y'all in the crowd did. George Ellis and everybody, thank you so much. We hope that we could have brought a little taste of the Texas Star Party to you in these pretty dark times that we're coming out of. There is light at the end of the tunnel. And we hope that, we could at least, we can't meet in person out there this year. Hopefully this kind of supplemented that and brought y'all back to the ranch, if nothing but, just in your mind's eye. And so thank y'all so much for joining us. I mean, Debbie, you're so kind. Debbie's so awesome.
That's right.
Hanging out with our family out there, man. We really do. And it's been a rough couple of cancellations. I think, Joe, I think you feel the same way.
Yeah.
And Don, I know you do the same. And we just, we tried to do the best we could to bring a thing together and remind y'all of Texas Star Party. I think we did it, Joe. I think we did.
And again, kudos to everybody involved. We could be here all night, just really congratulating everybody for the wonderful stuff that's happening. But again, it's hard to overestimate the work that's gone into putting this together. But it really was a labor of love for everybody involved. I mean, I looked at Don and just saw, all the effort he did, and he did it because he loves the Texas Star Party. Will, I saw the work that you did to put a lot of these awesome videos together, again, because you love the Texas Star Party, and everybody else who wasn't on screen with us, but did everything to make sure that this was put on properly. Same thing. And really appreciate everybody's efforts. I had a blast.
Yeah.
I had a blast. And I hope you guys did too. And
you did a great job too, Joe. It was an amazing thing. And I've heard a lot of people say they're really mad that COVID's gonna be over and the virtual thing's gonna be over. Don't count the eggs before they chicken, or however that saying.
Yeah, don't
maybe,
count the chickens before they hatch the road, or I don't know.
The egg crossing the road before they
yes.
chicken. Yeah, something. We'll see what happens. Hey, who knows, y'all? But I look forward to seeing my three brothers, or my two brothers. No, I guess I'm not a brother of myself.
Three amigos, yeah.
Three amigos. There you go. I look forward to seeing you guys back out at the ranch again. And
the astronomy Illuminati, I saw that earlier getting thrown around. So
yeah, yes. I think it's now a T-shirt that we need to make.
That is. We got to get in touch with the Infinities folks. Yeah.
For me.
Well, Joe, how about we let you cap the night with a little cherry, and then we'll say goodnight. How's that sound?
Sounds good. For everybody, like Will said, we're about to turn the corner. Things look to be getting better, but we're not quite there yet. Let's everybody do our part to make sure that we're getting past this COVID thing. Let's be kind to one another. Let's make sure we're taking care of one another so that we can see each other at TSP next year.